You need a pen? I might have an extra one. Let me see if I
Oh, here, I got one for you.
got it.
Thank you.
Okay. You guys good?
Yes, we are.
Okay, I think we're all ready to go here. Okay, I'm going to formally call the regular meeting of the Planning Commission to order. Can we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Ahlborn?
Here.
Commissioner Allen? Here. Chair LePage?
Here.
And Commissioner Locke?
Here.
Thank you. Okay, I want to welcome you all today. It's interesting weather out there today. I feel like I'm in Hawaii.
Yes.
Okay, this is a hybrid meeting, so it can be attended online via Zoom. And first item on our agenda is the public appearances. Members of the public are entitled to speak on matters of municipal concern not on the agenda during the public appearances. Each person's comments shall be limited to 3 minutes or as otherwise established by the chair. Persons are not required to provide their names. However, it is helpful for speakers to state their names so that they may be identified in the minutes of the meeting. You are required to abide by the Brown Act, and having said that, I will invite anybody from the public to come forward at this time and make any comments to us about any matter of municipal concern which is not on our agenda tonight. I don't see anybody here in the chamber getting up. Shelby, do we have anybody online? Any hands up? Okay, all right, we'll move on to announcements. Any announcements from, all right, one from Commissioner Ahlborn?
Thank you, Chair. I have 2 announcements. The first involves the annual Carmel House Tour. It's the 31st annual Carmel House Tour, and I believe there are 7 houses on the tour this year. It's sponsored by, if I get this right, the Carmel Heritage Society as well as the local Architectural Society. It's on Saturday, September the 20th from 12 to 4 p.m. It's a self-paced tour, and tickets are available online at carmelheritage.org. So that's my first announcement. And then my second announcement has to do with something that will be coming up before City Council at the next City Council meeting. It was part of yesterday's City Council meeting, and it involves the Objective Design and Development Standards. Our very own principal planner, Ms. Marnie Waffle, gave her presentation last night, thorough as always. And the Objective Design and Development Standards will be our 5th set of design standards that we're going to have in town. Right now, where those standards are, staff has prepared a recommendation to hire a consultant to assist the city with developing those. Council gave comments, and so the team is going back and returning to council next month. And I would suggest that everyone, including us as commissioners, familiarize ourselves with the process, provide feedback as appropriate, and then attend the City Council meeting next month if that is something you're passionate about. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Ahlborn. Okay, any announcements from staff, the director? Anybody else? Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are routine in nature and do not require discussion or independent action. Members of the commission or the public may ask that any items be considered individually for purposes of board or commission discussion and or for public comment. Unless this is done, one motion may be used to adopt all recommended actions. So we have
A recusal? We have a recusal?
I'm sorry.
We have recusals?
We have recusals? Yes. Okay. For tonight, we have, well, let me just say what's on the consent agenda, and then I'll get to the recusals. Okay, so on the consent agenda, we have 3 items. We have the August 13th, 2025 regular minutes for the Planning Commission. We have a design review 25119, the PRG Carmel LLC. This is the Svendsgaard Inn, and we have 2 commissioners which are within the area, the buffer area for recusal. So I believe Shelby Gorman is going to explain the process we're going to use to, if we only have 4 commissioners tonight, so if 2 recuse themselves, we won't have a quorum, and we won't be able to conduct business. So in that case, we do have a process designated by our municipal code to select a commissioner so that we will have a quorum. So do you want to explain that, Shelby?
Yes, we actually spoke with our city clerk on it, and because of Commissioner Locke's direct relation to the project and impact to her property from certain elements there, that she has additional recusals beyond just the 500-foot perimeter, and so she will be removed from the dais, and Commissioner Ahlborn will stay here despite the recusal to maintain a quorum.
Okay, thank you. All right, so that brings us to the other item on the consent agenda, which is Design Study DS 25095, the DVC Enterprise Partners LLC, consideration of the concept design study.
Through the chair. Actually, the consent agenda.
Oh, this is recommended
just
for
item 1 and
continuance,
2.
right?
Right.
Right, this is recommended for continuance. So Commissioner Locke will leave the room. And so we'll handle the consent agenda in 2 motions. But first, before I do that, I'll ask, is there anyone from the public that wants any items pulled for questions or discussion on the consent agenda? We have our planner come forward. Have comments?
Yes. For the Svendsgaard Inn, the design study, I wanted to suggest that we add a condition to the resolution to have the consistent windows throughout. As part of the work for the project, there was a model rooms that were approved with aluminum clad windows. And while the rest of the project was to replace the windows in the existing vinyl sashes. And the commercial design guidelines don't have a lot on windows. It says typically wood, and they like it to match the architecture. And then for building material section of the commercial design guidelines, it does discuss wood, stone, and the typical materials we've seen throughout the district. So just came up to say, I think it would be good to have consistent windows throughout the entire project. And since the model rooms were already approved for aluminum clad, I think that would be appropriate to add that condition.
I agree. Okay. In that case, we're going to handle this in 3 motions.
Through the chair.
Go ahead.
I would suggest to allow the applicant rebuttal. That
Yeah,
would be
I'm going
cool.
to handle the Svendsgaard design review as we'll just do a regular discussion of it, because I think we have to do that because we're going to put this condition on it. So we have to give them and I'd like to hear from them, so they can explain, how they're going to do it and what materials they want to use. So 3 motions. So I'm going to make a motion that we accept the August 13th, 2025 regular minutes of the Planning Commission.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, can we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Ahlborn,
Yes.
Commissioner Allen,
Yes.
and Chair LePage.
Yes. Actually, Commissioner Locke didn't need to recuse herself from that, but we have a quorum on that majority, so. Okay, so let's deal with the Svendsgaard. So does staff have anything else to add about the project other than?
No.
Thank you. Any questions for staff from the commissioners? All right, so I'm going to open it up for the public. I'm going to invite the applicant to come up and make any comments they want, but primarily what we're focusing on is the windows, so.
Hello, my name is Colin Peoples. I'm the architect for the Svendsgaard project. We have a little presentation. I'd be happy to go through it, or we could talk just directly about the windows, however you'd like to do it. Okay.
Yeah,
Let's
go
do
ahead
it
with
that
your
way.
presentation.
How it works best for you.
It's quick. Is this my clicker? Or I'll just ask nicely.
Actually, if you pass that to me with the USB, and you should be able to.
Okay. Well, while we're here, I do want to say thank you for having us today. We're really excited about the project. We've been working with Jacob and, really close communication with planning department and building department. So we're really excited to share where we're at and be here today. Okay. How do I get her going? Okay, so my name's Colin Peoples. I'm the architect. Common Thread Hotels is the owner-operator of the hotels.
There we go.
Okay, so here, Common Thread Hotels. They have a collection of 4-star boutique hotels in California, carefully designed and curated to speak to the unique environments that they're situated in throughout California. I've actually had the pleasure of working with PRG, who's now Common Thread. This will be our 3rd project together, so a lot of attention is spent on every detail. So for the Svendsgaard, we really focused on honoring the existing building and Carmel's character. The series of interventions we're proposing, we see them as improvements, from aesthetic to the real utility of the building and the kind of process of entering the hotel property. So some of the things that we've done, we're introducing a cedar shingle at the front face of the building and a vegetated screen and trellis to really separate the parking lot from the hotel and landscape courtyard, really settle the building into the landscape itself. No change to the area or size of the building itself. We're replacing the windows and the doors of the existing building, one on advice from our acoustic engineer, trying to improve the sound quality in the room. The doors we're replacing to increase the fire resistance of each unit. So this is an older building. We're doing a number of upgrades that are not necessarily aesthetic, but we're trying to pay close attention to all those upgrades. We're also adding fire sprinklers to the building as part of that improvement. We are removing a dead tree from the parking lot as part of the upgrades to the building. It is dead and soon to be a hazard. But with that, there will be regrading of the parking area to improve the accessibility to the property itself, the new ADA parking spot, an improved path to the lobby. The lobby itself, or the courtyard and the landscape itself, we'll see in a second, but there's really been importance put on using native plants and creating a really special place for the guests in this courtyard. Here are some of those native plants that our landscape architect has selected. They kind of a beautiful gamut of different plant types, native to California. Some are, there for color and texture. It should be a really beautiful, varied space. And this is in detail in the planning package. And then one thing that I think I touched upon, it's important to revisit, is we're removing the swimming pool from the property. And that will become a landscaped area at the front of the hotel. And we're really changing the way a guest would enter that space. So there's now more space extended out of the physical lobby into that courtyard space. So I think it's going to be a really wonderful experience addressing how guests arrive on site, because we kind of think of that lobby as a living room. And we've included the menu of some of the hotels that CTH operates. You know, it's really a casual space, light snacks, you know, maybe there you can have a drink or a cup of coffee while you're waiting there, ready to go out to a restaurant in town, or where you're just kind of reflecting on the garden. We see it kind of as quiet, reflective space. Then here's a look at the material palette. So I've mentioned cedar shingles at the front, really trying to like embrace the natural materials. The paint palette, we're looking at natural tones for the paint, introducing a brick walkway. And there's a look at the sconces that we're proposing, all of them underneath the eaves of the building. So we have that built-in shaded top to the lighting. Love the dark skies here in Carmel. It's a special thing, and we want to really reflect on that and keep it part of this property. And that's my brief introduction to the hotel and our project. Really, I think we saw it as an opportunity to take a building that needed some attention, really give it some attention to make it a wonderful place to stay, and make it a lasting part of the community, extend its life in the community. So.
I have a question for you. You have your materials palette. Are you putting on a new roof?
No. The
Roof's
existing
staying
roof
the
is
same?
remaining. Yes.
Okay, all right, so that's going to remain. And then, so the windows, the window that we saw today on your I'm going to call your sample unit,
Yes,
was like a black bronzed aluminum
that's correct.
sliding window?
Yes.
Does that describe it correctly?
Yeah, that's right.
And look, the installation was where you were going to cut out the stucco and take out the old, whatever, it looked like there were old aluminum frame windows in there, and
That's
then
right.
they've been
That's-
retrofitted with vinyl. So you're gonna take out that old aluminum sash, obviously take out the vinyl window, and then you're gonna put on, I assume was a nail-on fin type installation, and then re-stucco it in.
That's exactly what we proposed with
Okay.
the model unit.
All right, so that's how we would condition it, unless there's any other suggestions from commissioners here.
And
So, and I just want to understand if that's what your intent is, and we've got this correct.
the intent that was proposed with the planning package, the most recent planning package, was to leave the existing vinyl window frame in place and replace the operable portions within to improve it, removes the fake divided light and improves the sound quality as tested by our acoustic engineer. So that is the proposal. I think we agree. We like the aesthetic of the model room, but as we're testing it and pricing it, and that's a real factor here, along with the other improvements, we felt the replacing the operable portion of the window met many of the criteria we're looking for, aesthetically, acoustically, better operation, but worked within the operating budget as we were adding fire sprinklers and improving the underground plumbing system. Lots of, those unseen things. So that is the proposal that we put forward in the latest planning package.
So, as I understand what you're saying, you're going to take out the vinyl sash window,
No, so
and you're not going to take out the vinyl sash
the
window.
vinyl sash stays, the frame, and we've experimented with this, or we've looked at using a new insert. The operable portion can be removed and replaced with new glazing and basically new glides. I'm not going to speak the most eloquently about the process of that, but that's the idea.
So what we saw there in the sample room was not what you're proposing to do.
That's correct. From the model room to this proposal, looking at everything holistically, we had to make a decision to use the existing window in their locations and replace what we could to improve the aesthetic and acoustic quality of those.
Okay, all right. Any other questions for the architect? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I'll invite anybody from the public that would like to come up and address the planning commission regarding this application. Don't see anybody in the chamber getting up. Do we have any hands up online?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to close the public comments, open it up to the commissioners for discussion. Before I do, Jake, can you speak to our policy regarding consistency of windows and types of materials which our guidelines recommend?
Unfortunately, our commercial design guidelines are more lacking compared to our residential design guidelines with how robustly they review the materials for windows and such. It does say that wood windows are typical in the commercial zones, and then the materials section of the commercial design guidelines does speak to the typical materials we see around town, which would be woods and stone. Nowhere in the commercial design guidelines does it mention vinyl. It's not something that we see typically, but there are some windows that were replaced years ago. It does speak to wanting windows to be consistent with the style of architecture of the building itself. So based off my reading of it, I think consistency throughout the building would be important. I think wood windows would be the preference, and as the commission has determined in the past, aluminum-clad windows are a suitable substitute. But I think the most important thing would be consistency throughout. I did want to note that for the model rooms, they have an issued building permit with the approval for aluminum-clad windows, but that permit has not been finalized yet, so the rooms have not been finalized from the building standpoint.
So the window on the permit is a wood window with aluminum clad,
Yeah,
but that's what's not on the sample.
I haven't been out there for inspection yet
Well,
for
we-
the building permit.
We
but
saw it today.
Yeah, it did not
And
appear to be
that's
aluminum
That's an
clad.
aluminum sliding window,
That's what it appeared to be, yes.
yeah. Okay, all right. Any questions for staff?
No, I mean, I'm
I'm going to just open it up. Go ahead and make your comments, Commissioner Ahlborn. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Jake. From the general plan, our objective 16, maintain pedestrian-oriented, attractive commercial and multifamily districts well integrated into the residential character of the community. Policy 1-51, through design review, require architectural and site design within the commercial and multifamily districts to be compatible with the traditional village character. And we do know from our other design guidelines that our traditional village character does include consistency of windows throughout a property. I don't know, I'm trying to draw a bridge between what we know we ordinarily request of our window patterns and what is actually silent in our commercial guidelines. There is section C, it talks about window patterns, exactly what Jake was saying. Window design should be consistent with the original building concept or with its architecture, and it goes on. That's all I got.
Okay. Commissioner Allen, what have you got?
I would like to see consistency. I feel like we should come to a better solution than what is being proposed.
Okay, well, what I would suggest, because I'm trying to listen to the applicant and see what they want to do. And I understand about cost, we don't bring that into our discussion, but I believe me, it's the real world out here. So what I would suggest is that well, first of all, the original windows on the building, as I saw today, were aluminum. It was aluminum sash, and I assume they were sliding windows because it kind of looks like that age of the building. That's what was there. And what was put in were vinyl retrofit flange windows, which to do that, you just pull out the movable and the fixed section of the aluminum sliding window, and you have the frame left, and then you just measure the window to the inside of that, and it has a flange, and you put it in and caulk it in. So we typically have discouraged vinyl windows in the residential areas. There are a number of vinyl retrofit situations in the commercial area, commercial zone, and we don't have specific language talking about vinyl windows. We just have this recommendation, a policy, a guideline about having wood windows, and we have allowed clad windows. But this building originally had aluminum windows, and the guideline speaks to being consistent with the style of architecture. So in my opinion, the aluminum windows are consistent with the style of architecture. So I think it's appropriate that you could go back with a type of aluminum retrofit window. So you could leave the frames of the aluminum windows in, just take out the vinyl windows, and then put your retrofit aluminum window in. That would provide consistency. It would eliminate the vinyl sash windows, which we really don't like to see. And I think it would address the cost concerns too. It'd be less expensive than cutting out the aluminum frames, the existing frames, and then having to restucco in the new nail-on fin aluminum window. So that's what I'm recommending, and I think that would address the intent of the guidelines and also help the applicant with their cost considerations.
I don't have any concerns about anything else except for the windows. I think that the project looks really good otherwise.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
beautifully planned project
Yeah.
and a really nice upgrade. And, it's really well thought out, and I think it's going to be a really nice improvement for the lodging in our village, so.
100%.
But that's my suggestion, so it's open for discussion if anybody has any discussion about that.
No, I would be comfortable with that, Chair.
Okay.
I think that is I think that what you're offering is a bridge, a solution, and I like it.
I'll just ask the applicant, do you understand you want to come up to the mic and let me know if you understand what I'm suggesting?
Thank you. I believe I understand, and I do, I appreciate the concern for consistency. It's agreed. So what I hear is we had aluminum windows on this building when it was built. We think that would be appropriate and consistent to remove the vinyl and replace with an aluminum retrofit window, the entire frame, basically. So operable parts, fixed frame. Wherever we are keeping the windows, we, instead of improving them with a new movable glass pane, we're replacing the entire thing aluminum in place.
Yeah, we're also saying though you're replacing all the windows with a
Yes.
which would essentially be an aluminum slider retrofit style window, because they make a retrofit aluminum window with a fin, just like the vinyl ones. So you can leave that original aluminum frame in there.
In place.
And then you can get this retrofit one, put it in that will save you a significant amount of labor and materials. So I think it addresses, hopefully, I think this is a good compromise. I mean, in a perfect world, I like to see you rip out those old frames and put in, because I thought the sample looked really great.
Yeah.
And I think that would be the ultimate upgrade, but we live in the real world.
Yeah.
So
Understood.
I hope this is a good compromise. So I think we understand each other, so.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to ask one last time if the public has any more comments about this. Now's the time to talk to us about it. No hands up online, Shelby? No, sir. Okay, close the public comments. I'm going to make a motion that we accept I don't have the resolution up here as for staff. Let me see if I can get that thing up here.
Yeah, there isn't a resolution because it was
There
on the
wasn't? There
consent
wasn't?
agenda.
It was just a consent, so there wasn't a specific. Okay, I'm going to add a condition that the existing vinyl sash windows be removed, that the existing aluminum frames are allowed to stay in place, and that a black bronze aluminum retrofit window, sliding type window, should be the standard type of window. If there's a situation where you have a real narrow window and you need a double hung, I'll put that in the condition too. Because a lot of times when you get down to 2 feet, you might want to use a double or a single hung type window.
I can second that.
Okay? Any more discussion? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Ahlborn,
Yes.
Commissioner Allen,
Yes.
and Chair LePage.
Yes, motion is carried. Okay, Commissioner Locke, you can come back and we will, I gotta get this. Gotta get my agenda back up here. Okay. All right, that brings us to the last item on the consent agenda, which is DS 25095. So I'll make a motion that we, that's to be continued, so. I'll make a motion, well, I guess do we have to have any discussion about this, or there's a reason for the motion? I mean, the continuance?
Yes, you have to take public comment just on the
Yeah, okay,
continuance.
just on the continuance. So, excuse me. Is there anyone from the public that would like to make any comments just on the continuance for item number 3 on the consent agenda? Anybody online?
No, sir.
Okay, I make a motion that we continue item 3 on the consent agenda, DS 25095.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, any more discussion? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Ahlborn,
Yes.
Commissioner Allen,
Yes.
Commissioner Locke,
Yes.
and Chair LePage.
Yes, motion is carried. Okay, that completes the consent agenda, and we will now move on to the public hearings. First item on the public hearing is Water Management Program allocation of water resources. Consideration of recommendation to City Council on the allocation of water resources pursuant to Carmel-by-the-Sea Municipal Code, Chapter 17.5. Staff report, please.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the Commission. So I'll be presenting today a report on the allocation of water resources. This item is a result of a. Oh, am I supposed to do it? I'm sorry. Yes. Okay. I'm sorry. I thought you were doing something over there. My apologies. Something like that. There we go. All right. This presentation is a result of a recent water allocation that the city received from the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District. So I'm going to be talking this evening about the city's water management program, what our current water allocation balances are, what our policies and regulations are surrounding our water management program. We're going to talk a little bit about some water-related definitions, some water usage calculations, how this applies to our housing element, which was adopted in April of last year. We'll talk a little bit about the housing element amendment that's currently underway. And then we'll talk about staff's recommendation to the Planning Commission this evening. So, starting with background, the city has an adopted water management program. It is an ordinance, and it's in our Carmel Municipal Code. It was adopted in 1987, and it was amended in 1993. It was codified as Chapter 17.50, and it is referred to as the Water Management Program. The way that the city allocates our water resources is based on the policies in our general plan and local coastal program. And the process by which that occurs is through the city council adopting a resolution after receiving a recommendation from the Planning Commission. And this hasn't been done in a while, actually since about 2013-ish was the last time a resolution was adopted. And we'll talk about that in a little bit more detail. But essentially, each resolution identifies the quantity of water that's available, the different land use categories that will receive water, the amount that's being allocated to each of those categories, and then the amount that remains in an unallocated reserve. Our water management program also states that 10% of our available water resources must be reserved for affordable housing. And then our ordinance also says that water must be prioritized for coastal recreation, access, and essential public services. And so these last two bullets come straight out of the ordinance. So just want to be kind of clear about that. So that's our program. So 2013 was the most recent water allocation resolution that staff could find that the city council had adopted. This table is in your staff report. It shows what the water balances were at that time. So these are the categories that currently exist. I don't have a lot of history on how these categories were created or came to be. They just are what is in that 2013 resolution. So on the right-hand side, you can see what the water balance is in acre feet per that 2013-43 resolution. And then in 2025, so earlier this year, the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District passed an ordinance allocating 14 acre feet of water to the city of Carmel. Their ordinance became effective on March 1st, and this water is coming to us through the Pure Water Monterey Expansion Project. That project is projected to be complete at the end of this year. So that water will come online and be available. This question comes up a lot about the sale of water. A lot of people keep coming to the city asking if they can buy it from us, and the water is not for sale. So basically the water district allocates an amount to the city, and then the city is responsible for allocating that water to the different land use categories consistent with its own policies and regulations. So we have this 14 acre feet of water. We still are under this cease and desist order. So in order to receive a water allocation, a property does have to have that existing service connection. We cannot set new meters at this time until that order is lifted. So that part hasn't changed just yet. In accordance with our water management program, anytime we receive an allocation from the water district, that water automatically goes into an unallocated reserve category. And that's sort of done administratively until such time that the council adopts a new resolution and we can formally document it being placed in that category. Back in May, the city council expressed a desire to move 3 acre feet of that 14 acre feet to the low and very low income housing category. So part of the discussion that we're having with the Planning Commission today is getting your recommendation on moving that amount as part of the allocation resolution that the council is considering adopting. So this is what sort of the revised water allocation balances would look like in the revised resolution. So I'm going to just talk a little bit about some of the changes. The 2 line items in green sort of reflect the 14 acre feet being added to category 6, and then 3 acre feet being shifted up to category 1. So that's what the 2 green boxes are. The 2 red boxes, since 2013, since that resolution, there were some changes that occurred. There was a balance in the commercial category that was allocated to the 7th and Dolores site that zeroed out that category. And then there was a time limit on category 9, which expired. That project didn't move forward. So that balance reverted back to category 1. Because the city council never adopted a new resolution, those changes were never formally documented. So as part of this resolution, staff is recommending that those categories also be updated just so that it reflects the current conditions of our water balances. So that is table 2. Now just to talk a little bit about the general plan policies. So policy P1-116 talks about water and being prioritized for essential public services, public recreation, commercial recreation, visitor serving land uses. Policy P125 talks about prohibiting new subdivisions that require additional water resources until all water supplies are available for existing subdivided parcels. So this is just for information only. It just kind of shows where the general plan prioritizes development. As a residential community, it focuses first on, single family, making sure there's enough water for those vacant parcels to be developed before allocating water to other places. It does also acknowledge, coastal resources as well as public services as priorities. We also have the housing element, which is a part of our general plan as well. And the adopted housing element from April of 2024 included program 1.2.A, which was to prioritize water for affordable housing. So this program was written before we had the 14 acre feet allocation. So that's just something to keep in mind. When this was written, we did not have that. So we had 1.6 acre feet to work with for our regional housing needs of 349 units. But we made a commitment in the housing element to prioritize water for affordable units. We had a very limited amount. And so this is what's in our adopted housing element. And then again, going back to our water management program, this particular section talks about the consideration of allocation of water consistent with the general plan, reserving that 10% for affordable housing, and then also ensuring that water is available for coastal recreation access and public services. So those are the guiding kind of principles, policies, regulations regarding water. So this has come up a couple times, so I just wanted to touch on it briefly, and I trust if I get any of this wrong, someone who's more of an expert in the room can help clarify. These different terms are kind of tossed around a little bit. We talk about acre feet of water, we talk about water credits, we talk about fixture counts, and it can get really confusing sometimes for us as well as for, the residents. So I just wanted to touch on this a little bit as part of this presentation. When we talk about acre feet or an acre foot of water, this is the unit of volume that's used to measure water. And so there's the definition up there, 1 acre foot covers 1 acre of land to a depth of 1 foot. That sounds really fancy. So that's how when the water district's allocating water to us, it's in acre feet. They're not allocating water credits, and they're not talking about fixture counts in that regard. So that's the acre foot measurement we talk about. But when we do work with residents, a lot of times we are talking about, or they're using this term water credits. And my understanding is that the water credit is just how much water is then allocated to a particular parcel, like how much water they have available, for development on their property. And then the fixture count kind of relates back to the form that the water district uses to calculate, how much water consumption is being used on a property. So the fixtures refer to the sinks, toilets, bathtubs, and then there's a mathematical calculation that occurs there as well. There's also a difference between residential, commercial. I'm not sure if I made any of that really more clear in that explanation, but we're certainly trying to make it a little bit more clear for folks. Moving on to the water usage. This is a chart that I borrowed from the water district. They prepared this when our regional housing needs allocation was being assigned. And so really the basis for this chart, what I wanted to just kind of highlight is that when we look at, again, this is acre feet, so this is the unit of measurement we're using. When we're talking about a 1-bathroom unit, multifamily apartment, 1-bathroom apartment, the acre feet for that unit is 0.068. So that's the calculation that I used consistently throughout my report when I did my estimates to kind of show you how much water we need for different things. The 0.111 is a multifamily unit that has 2 bathrooms. Because our regional housing needs doesn't really, like the single family doesn't factor in so much, we're focused more kind of on multifamily. My focus was a little bit more on those two numbers. So I really wanted to call attention to those because I think we're going to be using those factors quite a bit in our estimates. So 1 bathroom, 2 bathroom, those are the 2 numbers that I used throughout my report.
Can I ask you a quick question? Is there a temporal unit to this chart? Is this a time? Is this per year or this, what is that?
Can I respond?
Yeah.
Good.
Okay. Thank you. So, Marnie, you're doing a great job on this, by the way.
Thank you.
And when we're looking at acre feet, so acre feet is the volume of water, but the calculation when you're doing a water permit for residential use is fixture units. A fixture unit is 1/100th of an acre foot of water. So in this case, when you're looking at the multifamily 1 and 2, the 1-bathroom house or 1-bathroom unit, it needs 6.8 fixture units of water, whereas the 2-bathroom would be 11.1 fixture units. So, and the single-family house is 18 fixture units. That actually also includes landscaping. So when you're getting in multifamily, it's not including necessarily the landscape calculation, which will be different. But no, I think you're doing a great job on this so far.
But it's just relative to the acre foot. It's not a temporal.
It is,
There's no-
it is an estimated water use capacity, so how much is going to be used in a year.
So it is temporary,
is
so it's 1 year?
Yeah.
Okay, that was my question.
Can you just repeat one more time how those numbers convert to fixture counts?
So an acre foot of water, so it has 100 fixture units in it. So each fixture unit is 1/100th of an acre foot of water. These amounts that you're showing on this table, that would be for a property that had no existing use on it. So, and that's the other thing, is that a lot of times what we see are properties that are adding water fixtures, and when they add water fixtures, they are also subject to mandatory retrofits. They have to go to high efficiency appliances, and that reduces that number further down.
Okay, thank you. All right. So this table gives you a snapshot of our regional housing needs allocation broke down by income category. So some of you may recall couple years ago when we were initially talking about how much water do we need for our regional housing needs, there was a 40 acre foot number that we were talking about. However, since then, we've been able to refine that number, and we continue to refine that number. As Commissioner Locke just mentioned, that, you know, that initial number assumed that we were starting from 0 on every parcel, and we're not in Carmel because our parcels are not vacant. So we are starting with a baseline amount of water on our parcels, but there's not going to be enough water on each parcel to add additional units on top of that. So there's a delta that we're trying to fill. But it's not going to be 40 acre feet like we had originally anticipated. So I want to make sure that's clear, because there were many presentations that I made that I spoke about 40 acre feet, you know, being how much water we needed, and we now know that it's not that much. So this chart refines that a little bit, and it gets us down to about 32. And again, this is just a pure estimate. So what this chart does is it shows a 50-50 breakdown of one bath and 2 bath units based on income category. And then it does a 75-25 split for 2 bath, 1 bath units. We don't know what the mix is going to end up being. So again, this is just an estimate, but based on sort of this methodology, the amount of water is about 32 acre feet. So, yes.
How many vacant residential lots are there in Carmel?
Not many. You think 5 single family maybe, or?
Really? That doesn't seem.
Vacant, but not necessarily unconnected to other properties. You know, like double lots where someone has kept a portion.
So how many developable single-family residential parcels are there? You don't.
I don't know. Michael, what do you think?
With or without meters?
I don't
Doesn't
know.
matter,
I
I'm
don't
just
know
asking,
offhand.
just in
right.
general.
But I mean, the point is that there's no new hookups.
Well, but there will be soon, and
So they're going to be able to deal with the cease and desist order?
yes.
And that's a game changer?
Yes.
Okay. all
But
right.
I'm just curious, because if we're thinking about how much the needs are for new, I mean, if you're projecting, right here, you've already projected a lot for residential above moderate housing, which would be single-family development on vacant lots. But maybe there's not that much.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm working on trying to refine that number. I know with the Malpaso water, a number of our vacant lots did get developed. And so I want to say there's about 6 left, but I need to sort of vet that number. When I look at that above moderate category, I see that being a lot of the ADUs. So we'll try to get a better number on the vacant single-family lots, but there aren't many. So this is kind of where we're at, and then this just kind of gives you a little bit of perspective. The council had expressed a desire to move 3 acre feet, so if we have 3.616 acre feet in our low and very low income housing, you can see how that compares to this estimated water need for those categories. And again, this is our planned housing production through 2031. And so we got to keep in mind, there's not this line out the door of development applications of people trying to build all these units all at once. So this is really just kind of for comparison and just to kind of think about what's needed, what we have, and then we just got to think about timing of when we think these projects, might come forward.
Can I ask you a quick question? You may have already answered this. How did they come up with the 3 acre feet to be allocated?
They just expressed a desire to set aside 3 acre feet.
So it's just arbitrary? Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm just curious because we're looking at these, I realize it's all estimated, but I just wondered how they came up with that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I wanted to touch a little bit on the housing element amendment. So, this is a process that, city staff has been working with the AHA resident group for over a year now. And it's still a process that is ongoing. So this is a complete draft. These numbers are subject to change. These are programs that, we still have to kind of go through a formal process with HCD to get approved. But I wanted to kind of give you a preview of what kind of the water resources for these, these draft programs might look like. And you can see this totals out at 30. So it's just kind of interesting just to see kind of how the different numbers kind of compare. So as you may recall, we're looking at primarily 4 programs: the Live Work program, the Mixed Income Incentive program, church sites, and then our hotel to residential conversion program. We still do have that hotel employee housing program that is now going to be like a voluntary program in the amendment. So again, just for comparison purposes, these are the draft programs. It looks like the water needs for these would be around 30 acre feet. So.
And one more question for you. So has the amended housing element be accepted by the HCD yet?
So we're in the kind of the later stages of finalizing the draft. And we will be back in front of the Planning Commission and the City Council shortly with that final draft. And then we'll be submitting it to HCD for formal review.
So that process is still in going on.
It's still going on, but we're sort of at that point where we're very close to submitting for that formal review.
And you had feedback from the HCD about it, right?
We've gotten feedback along the way, so we're feeling pretty good about where our programs are at. But the feedback has been, informal, so we have to go through the formal process as well. So we're making progress.
And Marnie, doesn't that also need actually to come to the Planning Commission for full review? Mm-hmm. Right? I mean, so the Planning Commission will need to have the opportunity and the time to look at it closely and ask questions, and right?
Yes.
So it's not kind of a done deal.
Oh, it's not done.
Yeah.
No, it's
Great,
not done.
lot of work.
But it's a significant
done.
milestone, when you get to the point that you're, getting ready to make a formal submittal, is a pretty significant milestone, so, yeah.
So let me just ask you one more question. So assuming the council, the intent, assuming we send a recommendation to the council tonight and they allocate the 3 acre feet or three, and it becomes 3.616 or whatever. So how's that going to affect the, I mean, is that the water's going to be immediately available?
Yes.
So if they
Yes.
come in with an ADU and they've harvested, you know, whatever, 2 or 3 credits, water units from their existing water units, then the city will make available based on a case-by-case decision about to provide the allocation of the units they don't have, the deficit? Based upon which category? I mean, where do the ADUs fall in this?
ADUs, are they considered low or very low income? If
Yeah,
they're not
they-
deed restricted?
They are not.
No, but does the city consider them to be low and very low income?
No,
They have to be deed restricted.
they have to be deed restricted.
So this would only be available to deed restricted ADUs.
And nobody deed restricts ADUs.
Correct.
So unless
So what
somebody
happens to the
Somebody's coming
water?
in the door.
So the water just sits there until somebody meets the qualifications?
Yes.
Yes, yeah, so right now we have water available for affordable housing. So if somebody walks through the door tomorrow with a project and they have deed restricted affordable housing that's part of their project, we have water for them.
Well, and Marnie, is that part of, this is a real question, 1750-040A in the municipal code, projects involving no net increase in water use or that will create new housing affordable to moderate, low, or very low income households may be accepted and processed without regard to water allocations?
Correct.
So even without us making this move of the water, am I understanding that correctly? That if somebody walked in the door this morning with a proposal for this type of affordable housing, that the planning director would be able to approve that project?
We would process the application, and we would put it on a wait list. If there was not enough water to serve the project, it would go on a wait list until the water was
Yes.
available.
I see. So maybe it needs more than the 16 acre feet that we have, for instance. Is that the water available that you're talking about? Or are you talking about the water available in category 1?
Correct, in category
In
1.
category 1. But it says here, without regard to water allocations. I mean, the
Municipal code.
right. Without regard to water allocation. So that, I mean, I interpret that as saying it doesn't matter how much is in category 1.
So
But my interpretation may be
what that section is directing us is that if an application comes in and there isn't sufficient water for it, we cannot accept it at the counter. The only exception to that is if that application includes affordable housing, we can accept it and we can process it, and then we can put it on a waiting list for when water becomes available. If there is water available, then there's not a problem. If there's water in unallocated reserve, we can go to city council and ask them if they would be willing to move it to the appropriate category to serve that project.
See, and I guess I don't see, I don't interpret this section, not that I'm an expert, but I don't interpret this section that way at all. It says without regard to allocation. So, but that's very helpful if that would require a move to city council to request that water, because that will lead into some of my questions later. But I read this very differently.
Can I just make a point of clarification? So Title 17 governs the planning process mainly. So once, when a project is allocated water, it's at the building permit stage. So when plans are stamped by our building official, the applicant takes that to the district will then issue the water permit. So it allows an applicant to go through the planning process, but they cannot go through the building process until such time that the water is actually allocated to
And
them.
that happens through the district.
It happens through the building permit process with involvement of the district.
Okay.
and issuance of the water permit from the
The
district.
city's in charge of allocating.
Yeah, the city releases the water.
Yeah, they release the water.
Right.
And it's pretty much the water permit really is almost the last step in the process before the building permit.
But I saw this last phrase, without regard to water allocation.
That just means that they can process it through planning.
Yeah,
Otherwise, it would not go through planning at all. It would be stopped because there's no water.
we wouldn't even take it. Yes, applications wouldn't even be taken in.
So I have a question on that. Are there any applications that are currently in line that include both affordable housing and, okay, so there's nothing
No.
out there right now?
There's nothing on a wait list right now.
Thank you.
Okay, helpful.
But all the water that is being allocated to the city from the Pure Water Project is allocated to affordable housing.
No,
No,
It's not
no. Right now, it's in unallocated reserves,
unallocated.
unallocated.
So the result of this allocation draft resolution would be that you'd have 12.
Three
Yeah,
acre feet.
I just said you'd have the 12.69 in unallocated reserve.
Yes, and we
That
would
would be the
move
net result.
three additional acre feet to affordable.
Okay, all right, thanks.
All right, so that's a little amendment, housing element amendment preview. And then I just wanted to touch a little bit on commercial water use. So I just pulled a sampling of different business types from the commercial water use table. So for commercial water uses, the water for commercial land uses, the water is calculated in a couple different ways. For hotels, it's based on the number of rooms. For restaurants, it's based on number of seats. And then for other types of commercial uses, it's based on square footage. And so that's all this table was just trying to communicate, is just a little bit of education on how commercial water use is handled. It also kind of gives you an idea of which uses are more high water users, so you can see the water factors. Hotels obviously, use the most water. Dog grooming, I guess, is pretty high up there as well. So I just took random, a 20-room hotel requires 1.2 acre feet of water. So again, these are just for comparison, just kind of for thought. Wine tasting room, it's based on square footage. Based on our policy, the maximum size of wine tasting room is 300 square feet. So you can see how much water that would generate. So that is the only purpose of this is just to kind of get acquainted with how water is calculated for commercial uses. Right now, we don't have any acre feet allocated to this category. Again, the last bit that was in that category in 2013 was moved over to the 7th and Dolores Steakhouse. So, municipal, I did want to touch on this category as well. I did reach out to the police chief, to our public works department, as well as to our former library director, Ashley Wright, just to talk about upcoming projects within those departments to see, if there was any additional water use that we should be planning for. And then I worked with the water district to see, how we would calculate water for those projects. I'm going to start kind of at the bottom with the Carmel Police Department. Their water use is going to be based on square footage. So that will depend on whether or not that project, increases, like the building increases in size, because the water factor is based on square footage. So that'll be to be determined whether or not the building gets bigger than current conditions. The Harrison Memorial Library project, we know that there's not going to be a change in square footage with that remodel, so we don't have to worry about allocating any additional water for that. In talking with Public Works, they do have some plans to do some water filling stations around town. And the water district confirmed that those don't require any additional water, so we're okay there. And then Public Works does have plans to add another public restroom over at Piccadilly Park. So you can see the water factor for that, and we have enough in that category already to cover one additional toilet. We could even add a urinal if we needed to. So it appears that our balance in the municipal bucket is sufficient for now. Okay, so just touching briefly on the post-water allocation process, which we were just talking about a little bit. When a development application is submitted to us sort of at our front counter, our staff does need to evaluate that application for its water usage. So how much water is there today? How much water is going to be used under the project? And is there a net increase or not? If there's no net increase, we can accept the application and we can process it. If the project does require additional water and there's none available, we have to return the application back to the applicant. We cannot process the application if there's not sufficient water resources. And again, we just talked about that exception being if the project has affordable housing. If it requires additional water and there is water available in one of our land use buckets, then what we would do is we would set aside what is called a pre-commitment for that application while it's being processed, and it basically keeps that water in reserve for that project as long as the application is actively being processed. The water is officially allocated upon issuance of the water permit by the district and a building permit by the city. So it is the responsibility of the Community Planning and Building Department to maintain the records of the water balances that are part of these water allocation resolutions that the City Council adopts. And our water management program does say the Planning Commission should be reviewing our water management program annually. So this is just a summary slide. It doesn't say anything I haven't already said. Staff's recommendation is that the Planning Commission recommend the City Council adopt a water allocation resolution. And at a minimum, this is what staff is recommending. We would like to place the 14 acre feet that is currently administratively in the unallocated reserve formally in that bucket through the resolution. Move the 3 acre feet that the City Council requested from the unallocated reserve to the low income housing. We'd like to update category 4 to reflect that zero balance, transfer the 0.109 acre feet from category 9 to category 1, and then go ahead and delete category 9. So that is staff's recommendation. That would get us current with our water allocation resolution as of 2025. The Planning Commission is also, invited to make additional recommendations to the council on how, the water in the unallocated reserves could be allocated in the different buckets. Staff is not making any further recommendations, I think, this evening because the housing element amendment is still underway and we don't really know kind of how those programs are ultimately going to land. So we don't have specific kind of recommendations in that regard. But happy to take forward any other additional recommendations you have to the council for the remaining water in the unallocated reserves.
So I have a question. You've given us a proposed resolution for the council to consider.
Yes.
If we make a recommendation to add water to other categories, can you amend that resolution and take it to the council rather than what you just said, which was that you would recommend to them?
So staff will take forward the Planning Commission's recommendation to the council. So what we've given you is sort of like the bare minimum, like our recommendation.
But why would it need to go to the council and then back to planning commission and then back to council? I guess that's where I'm,
No, whatever direction that you provide, whatever recommendation that you provide this evening, staff will take that to the council as the recommendation.
okay. So if we amend
Yes.
the resolution and adopt a resolution.
It's just a
Yeah.
draft.
Okay. that's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
It can be,
Correct.
I
it
just
can
wanted to
be,
confirm
yeah.
that because that wasn't
Yeah.
what I was
Right.
hearing.
Yeah.
That's a
Sorry.
good question. That's part of my question too. Yeah.
Okay, any more questions for staff?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna open up to the public. Comments from the public? I'm sure you've got some opinions, Al, about this.
Hello, my name's Alan Lehman. I have a question, more than a comment, regarding the water allocation. And has there been consideration regarding deed restrictions in relationship to ADUs and JADUs and how that would look if they were deed restricted as low or moderate income, similar to how Pacific Grove years ago had their ADU ordinance, and they had a clear square footage to rental ratio on second units that were allowed on a certain size lot. I don't know if that's been considered because, is this the first time that chart showing that no single-family residential is being allocated? Is that the first time that's gone out to the public? Or I've been busy.
No, I think, sir, it is the first time that it's come before the planning commission. It also, the previous chart from 2013, of course, is codified in our municipal code.
Right.
Right.
It was just a very different sort of energy that came from water management about this tranche of water that was coming to the peninsula. So I was seeing that maybe allocated differently.
I think your question, though, staff can answer that, about the low income and what's being allocated regarding deed restrictions.
Yeah, and what a deed restriction might look like for that sort of thing.
Yeah, so currently, state law does not allow us to impose deed restrictions on ADUs. So it would need to be voluntary on the part of the property owner. We have had some discussions about what that could look like, but we haven't fleshed out the details of how that might work. But it certainly is something that we have talked about and are open to considering if there's interest in the community to do that.
Okay, thank you.
We also haven't codified our ADU ordinance yet, have we?
No.
No.
No, which we've had draft, presentations and recommendations, but,
Right.
One day.
okay. Adam, you want to come forward?
Adam Jesselnick, nice to see you, Chair LePage, members of the commission. Thank you, Marnie, for that great report. It's kind of remarkable that we're talking about this topic today with nobody else present, because it is incredibly important for the future of our town. Marnie, I think you did a great job presenting what's a very complicated issue. I just have one small quibble with what you talked about, which is there was a mention in your staff report of the fact that there are no projects currently on the waiting list for the city. But I think that the reality is that there is not a waiting list. And in the time that I've been here, which is going on about 16 years now, the city has not had a policy of creating any type of waiting list for projects that might require additional water. I think as your last slide pointed out, if a project is presented or applied for that doesn't have the necessary water, it's returned to the applicant. So I don't think we have a really good gauge of what kind of projects are out there that might require this additional available water. I have a lot of thoughts on how the categories, how the water might be allocated among the categories, but that's really for the commission to determine and provide, I think, a recommendation to the council. I do think that it's one of the, it's a rare opportunity for the commission to provide a strong recommendation to the council allocating all of this water. I can't come up with any sort of rationale for keeping any of it held back in an unallocated reserve category, because what we've been consistently told from the water district is that if additional projects come in that require more water, or the city has additional needs for more water, that there is already more water available that could be allocated to the different jurisdictions in the peninsula. So I hope that the commission will take this opportunity to use this opportunity. We have projects in the city that we already know exist, like the police station, like the police department, like the library, which although they're not adding square footage, they might require additional water for other uses within the library. We have a need for more public restrooms in town. We have businesses that have the opportunity or may have the opportunity to expand if this water was made available. So I hope that you will, again, use this chance to put some numbers in front of the council that make sense. I think that prioritizing affordable housing is important, but I think that all the water should be allocated into the categories, and I hope that it will be. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Al. Okay, anyone else in the chamber? I think only staff is left. Anybody online, shall we? Get their hand up? Okay, I'm going to close the public comments, open it up to the commissioners. Commissioner Locke, I would like to hear what you have to say because you are a resident expert.
Thank you.
And let me just say though, I do agree with Adam that I think, we have an opportunity here to give direction on the allocation. And it really bothers me that we're just putting, the balance of this over in. So if you could kind of talk about that too.
Got it for you. All right, thank you for letting me make comments first. First of all, I want to encourage the Planning Commission to recommend a revised proposal to assign water to the various categories of water use to allow our village to beautify and meet the various needs of property owners. In 1993, the district released 19.41 acre feet of water from the newly developed Peralta well to the city of Carmel, implementing a new allocation and permitting system at that time that considers only new sources of water and how it supplies new or expanded water uses. I note that the city's first water management plan, 8714, was written and adopted under very different circumstances when the city's overall consumption of water was considered its allocation. As I said, in 1993, the first new supply of water was released under a new regime, and I don't know that that's been fully considered as part of this water allocation program. In the 32 years since that allocation was released, the city's allocation increased by almost 2 acre feet for transfers and for cancellation of other water permits. Today, 2.661 acre feet, or over 10% of that 1993 allocation, still exists. The use of water and the, quote, growth, quote, associated with it does not occur at breakneck speed, and in fact, it occurs much more slowly than anyone anticipates. My 37 years of involvement in permitting projects support that statement. As an example, the Malpaso water, which was released in 2015, we had 163 properties in the city of Carmel purchase water. Of those, and they purchased just over 20 acre feet of water from that Malpaso entitlement. So in the past 10 years, only 11 acre feet of that water has actually resulted in water permits. It's just sitting there on properties right now. We can expect the same thing to happen, I think, with this allocation. The city currently has 16 acre feet of water with 2+ acre feet remaining from the last allocation in 1993. If additional water is needed, and this was mentioned, thank you, the water district has clearly indicated that additional water will be available. In fact, there's over 2,000 acre feet of pure water Monterey water unallocated that can be used when the jurisdictions need more water. I strongly support allocating water for people to do projects that support the general plan and the local coastal program. That includes various residential projects, minor commercial projects, and municipal projects, such as the police station remodel and public restroom expansions. There's no reason to hold back and call water a great constraint at this point. And the only real great constraint that we have right now is that there is a moratorium on the setting of new water meters. The water district will be filing in the next month to have that moratorium lifted with the state. We expect a decision in early 2026. And I also want to point out that those many permits or many purchased water credits from the Malpaso allocation would allow someone to set a meter as well. So they are not subject to the moratorium. My proposal is that we recommend water be added to the categories 1 through 5 as follows, with the caveat that the Planning Commission review activity in each category annually and move water around if it's needed. For the very low and very low income residential category, I would add 3 acre-feet as requested. And there is already additional water in that account, and that does support the council's discussion. And I do want to also point out that I'm not sure that there was a direction to move 3 acre-feet or whether it was expressed desire for 3 acre-feet. But I know you said both those quotes in your presentation. I'd like to see that the single-family and multifamily categories be combined into just a residential category, and the 3 acre-feet for each of those different multifamily, so a total of 6 acre-feet be put into residential uses. And that also went to my question about how many vacant residential lots are there, because I really don't think, I think you're going to see mostly remodels and redos on that. That 2 acre-feet be added for commercial uses. And this also brought up a question I had, which was whether commercial conversions, so the desired upstairs conversions of commercial downtown, whether that comes from commercial category or residential category.
For residential multifamily.
Well, so I don't know
So
what it
that'll
is,
have to be
but that's an
sorted
interesting
out.
kind of
Right.
question. But that's why I think 2 acre-feet would be appropriate in commercial. Again, if we're reviewing it annually, we can make adjustments as needed. And 3 acre-feet go into the municipal category for whatever projects may come up. And I don't think right now we see anything that really needs much other than the public restroom proposal. And that would allocate 14 acre-feet. And I think that when water gets low in one category, the city can shift water around to meet the needs based on the city's priorities. And if more water is needed for housing, we can always reduce the amount in the other accounts until an additional allocation is received. And we need to be able to live happily in our homes, not just plan to accommodate housing that may never occur. So that's my proposal.
So Stephanie, what have you got in, I have actually similar numbers to what I just proposed, so I love it. But what do you, mine are a little bit lower for the residential and commercial because I was leaving about 8 or so acre-feet, almost 50% in unallocated reserve. What do you have? Do you have anything in unallocated reserve?
I'm
you're-
I'm a supporter of, we need to allocate this water. I mean,
Allocate it
obviously, I
out.
have the background on this.
Right.
The city
Okay.
needs to use its water. It's
Great.
there for our use, and it's there to help our community. We need to allocate that water. Let's see what happens, because our projection is that this water will be available for 30 years. And so let's find out. And if the Planning Commission is supposed to review it, we can always adjust it every year.
Well, I really support what you're saying. I took a dive, thank you for the history that you gave us. I went a little bit differently into that. And looking back into 1987 to that ordinance 8714, back then they had a 5% reserve. So they were going all the way up to 95% they were allocating. But then, of course, we come into the drought years. And so there was definitely a change during the drought years. But I was struck, and where I really got stuck ever since this packet came out on Friday night, I was struck by the fact that since 2013, there has been zero water allocated for single-family and multifamily residential, and almost none really left over for the commercial. And, you know, I'm thinking about part of our general plan, I know, speaks to the importance of businesses that are residential serving, for instance. Think of the dog groomer, think of the hairstylist, right? Think of the barber. You know, if they were going to take over, say, an office space downtown, well, they couldn't. Because they wouldn't have, the water would not be available to them. And I think that's a disservice to this entire city to not make that type of business opportunity available should somebody want that. This water, we're not being tasked with providing water just for our future housing needs. While that is definitely a part of our general plan, that's only a piece of our land use responsibility. Our land use responsibility is to the entire town and all of its activities. So Stephanie, I like your proposal a lot. And your numbers were really, really similar to mine. So thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Allen?
Yeah, I fully support and want to just ditto what Commissioner Locke has said. And then in terms of the general plan and taking care of our residents, I see no need to be conservative, and I would like to allocate all the water.
Okay, I'm in total agreement, and my only question was, you know, how much to allocate where, and that's why I really appreciate the fact we have a water, somebody here that has 37 years of water experience and understands the system far better than I ever will. And I think the key issue, which is, you know, water is the key to all human activity in our community, and as Commissioner Ahlborn said, we have a duty to address that. And just, you know, what bothers me about this whole resolution is we're arbitrarily allocating 3 acre feet to a very specific category, which has problems because of the deed restriction element. And I don't know if that is really going to alleviate that problem or address that in a meaningful way. Just because the water's there, you're not going to have the motivation on people to deed restrict their product or their property for very low income. You're making it possible, the resource of water is there, but there's a lot of other issues about that. So I thought this was really just not covering the whole issue. So I would recommend that we send a resolution with the water allocations as per suggested by Commissioner Locke, and also making the point that we have flexibility here. This can be reviewed and reallocated over time depending on actual usage and actual demand. Mm-hmm. So this nothing's cast in stone here, but I think we have a responsibility to make a recommendation that all this water should be allocated based upon, you know, these numbers. And if council wants to adjust those, they can present their reasons to do it. But I think the point is that it all needs to be allocated.
So if I may ask a clarifying question, just because I anticipate that it may come up at the city council meeting, does the planning commission want to speak at all to ADUs in this single-family, multifamily category? So the suggestion was to combine those two into one and to put 6 acre feet into that category. Do you have any recommendations regarding, you know, ADUs as part of that category, how that 6 acre feet is used within that category?
No, I think it should be first come, first served. And, you know, like I said, they're still required to retrofit to high efficiency fixtures.
Right,
So-
and it's still residential.
And it's still residential.
An
and-
ADU is going to be residential, whether it's deed restricted or
Yeah, I don't-
not.
Right, but if it's deed restricted, that is,
That
again,
goes
that's a
into the number
different
one,
category.
right, different category, but it's always going to be residential.
But we will at least have water in that category just in case we do get some wonderful project that comes in.
Okay.
Like it.
Yeah, I think that allows maximum flexibility. if you don't need to call out ADUs specifically. That's a residential use. It fits into that broad category of residential.
Okay. And then do you have an opinion on where second floor residential downtown, like what category that should be in?
I think it'd be
Should it be
residential.
in commercial?
I think it's residential.
Residential,
I mean,
okay.
because the land use is residential, correct?
Yeah.
So that
Well, it
would
would be
be,
converting, yeah.
but it would be residential.
Land use would be, isn't it still it's still in a commercial?
It's a commercial district, it's
Commercial
a mixed-use
zone, but-
building, it's a
Yeah,
residential
it's mixed use is
occupancy.
what it,
Isn't it ordinance that the second stories has to be residential use? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh,
So you would.
it would come out of residential.
The residential
Yeah, it's
category.
residential. Yeah, it'd come out of the residential.
Okay, okay.
opinions may vary, but
Technicalities.
we could start with there.
Sounds good, thank you.
Thank you.
So, do you want
I'll
a
second
specific,
that.
you want me to read the resolution categories?
Can we, yeah, can
I'm
we?
gonna let Commissioner Locke do the resolution
Okay,
because she's got the numbers in front of her.
Okay. I move that we recommend to the city council.
Through the chair, sorry.
Yes.
Public comment?
Oh,
Are we
please.
done?
Go
No,
ahead.
wait,
Oh, no, you
we already did
deliberated.
public
I'm
comment.
so sorry.
I think I got that covered. But you never know.
And let me borrow that skirt.
Okay, so I move that we recommend water be added to categories 1 to 5 as follows, with the caveat that the planning commission review activity in each category annually and move water around as needed. For the low and very low, add 3 acre-feet. For single-family and multifamily, combine them together into one category and allocate 6 acre-feet. Commercial uses allocate 2 acre-feet. Municipal uses 3 acre-feet, and I believe that came to a total of 14. In terms of other actions necessary, we have been requested that, let's see, what did you ask for? The category, I'm sorry, now I gotta find that one. Category number 9,
Yes.
which was the forced cottages pre-commitment, be moved to category 1. Again, augmenting our affordable housing.
And deleting that category.
And delete that category. And then a question for Martin, actually, I'll just leave it at that. There is category number 7, and then I have a question about, but right now I'll just let it go with that. That would be my motion. Yeah, I think that's it.
I'll second that motion. Okay, we have a motion made and second. Is there any more discussion on this item? Can we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Ahlborn,
Yes.
Commissioner Allen,
Yes.
Commissioner Locke,
Yes.
and Chair LePage.
Yes, the motion is carried. Okay, thank you, everyone. Okay, that brings us to the next item on the public hearings. This is Design Study 25196, the Rainey Projects, consideration of a Track 1 design study referral for the after-the-fact construction of fencing that exceeds 6 feet in height as previously approved as part of DS 20-205. May I have staff report, please?
There it goes. All right, thank you, Chair. So this is the Rainey project. So the applicant has requested a exception to the height limits. So during the final inspection, staff identified that the installed fences had exceeded the height limits. Actually, this dates back to the planning rough inspection. And then again, during the final inspection, staff identified the same correction. So the portions of the fence highlighted in yellow, the Planning Commission has the authority to allow for an increase in height above the 6-foot height limit. The portions highlighted in red, the Planning Commission does not have the authority to increase height limits. That's limited to 4 feet within the front setback. Fences and fences, as well as fences on top of retaining walls, are measured from the top of the feature to the grade immediately below, as illustrated on the diagram in the bottom right of that slide. So on this slide, you can see a tape measure that's strung here. The portions of the fence beyond the tape measure, so this area right in here, it's about this section right here. That's where it begins to exceed 6 feet tall. Everywhere within this section is 6 feet or below. Again, over here, we have a portion of the fence that is approximately 9 feet tall. This is a portion of the fence within the front setback that is above 4 feet, so this will need to be brought into compliance. There is a condition of approval in the resolution that addresses that. But where this step is, that is about the front setback, so the applicant is requesting to maintain this feature. And then in the rear, these fence boards are 6 feet, so you can just see where this little retaining wall feature is. That is the allowance above 6 feet. So with that, staff recommends the Planning Commission adopt a resolution as described on the screen. In summary, it is allowing the portions of the fence that the Planning Commission can approve to exceed 6 feet to remain in the as-built condition. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions for staff?
Yeah, so I'm sorry, on this resolution, you're saying to approve the after the fact, but we have some areas that are up to 9 feet, correct? So is the resolution suggesting that we ask the applicant to reduce the fence in those areas?
So, sorry, I'm trying to get the resolution up. I got it. So there's a condition of approval number 13. It says prior to final inspection, fences located within the front setback that exceed 4 feet tall shall be lowered to a height of no more than 4 feet. So that would require everything in red to be brought into compliance and then approving everything in yellow.
Okay, so, well, all right.
But as we were talking about there on the site today, your height measurement seemed not specific enough on the front portion. I mean, I'm reading here, it says, height measurement, fence height shall be measured as vertical distance from the ground level immediately under the fence to the top of the fence.
Are you looking at the resolution?
Yeah, I'm looking at the resolution, special condition 14, retaining walls and fences on top of retaining walls are measured from the ground level on the lower side of the retaining wall. So that means they're gonna have to lower the front fence, correct? You seem, when we're out there today, you didn't seem quite so specific, but this is very specific.
Are you concerned about the fence on the front property line?
Yeah, as I understand your direction or your findings, that we don't have discretionary ability to approve a higher fence in the front yard setback.
No, so my concern was the fence on the side property lines. If you look here, this fence here. And then, I don't know that I have it. It's a similar situation on the other side. As being the vertical distance, I think that wall thickness of the retaining wall, I'm sure there's a interpretation there that would allow that front fence to remain because it is really just like 3 feet. And it's the wall thickness. If we were to have them trim in that retaining wall, then it complies. It's really just that thickness of
Okay,
that
all
additional.
right, so the intent of this motion is just we're only addressing the fences which are in the north and south front yard setbacks, is that correct?
That was my intent. If they were to, shave in the retaining wall to have it be flush like this, then the fence height would comply. It's because the retaining wall is
Wider.
Is wider.
Okay, all right, okay, I understand your point now, because
Yeah.
that retaining wall is wider than the fence.
Yeah, if we look at this diagram, it's just a flush
right.
wall. It's because there's more of a lip on.
Right, and we don't have that situation along the front.
Yeah.
But I have a question, and go back to that photo, that one. That specific area behind the tree is 9 feet. I don't ever recall approving a fence at that height before. And so that falls in the yellow area.
Correct. So that is the question for the planning commission.
But that, yeah, we have the discretion to do that.
And
So-
remember, they had, in 2021, their design study approval was for 6 feet. And they received inspection 2 years ago, in July, reminding them that their design study approval was for 6 feet.
Right, but we can amend that.
We could,
We can't, we have the discretion to do that,
okay?
so. Okay, any other questions for staff? All right, is the applicant here? Would they like to come forward?
They're
Make a
online.
presentation?
They're online.
Oh, they're online, okay. All right.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. I wanted to clarify the as-built dimensions that I have from the contractor are that at that corner that Erin was mentioning, the fence was at 9 foot. We have it recorded as 7 foot. And if that's not the case, what we do want to request is that we're able to keep the fence on the north property line at 7 foot maximum. The neighbor on that side is okay with that. We originally were proposing to plant along that fence line, which is something we understood would allow us to be possibly a little bit taller. And the neighbor would not like to have planting because of concerns for rodents. So what we're requesting on the north side is to just keep the fence at a maximum of 7 foot outside of the setback. On the south property line is a similar condition, but it's lower. There is a variation from 4 foot to 7 foot. That owner recently changed. The previous owner was okay with this. We haven't been able to have conversations with the new owner. And on the west property line, it is at 6'6", and it aligns with the north and the south, and that's why that fence is at that location. What we're trying to do is minimize a lot of jogs and cause conditions that are not aesthetically pleasing. We have some of the areas where the fence is at 7 foot is due to inconsistencies on the grade or areas of drainage that causes the grade to be a little bit lower on those spots. So that's why there is a variation. And if we can just keep it at 7 foot, that would be what we would adjust it to if needed.
Okay, just for clarification, are you requesting that all the existing fencing which is not in the front yard setback be allowed to stay at the present height?
Yes, that is my request.
Okay, all right, I just want to clarify that.
Well, actually, I will clarify. I don't believe that that corner is at 9 foot. So if that is the case, we can go and double check it. But if you guys have any concerns with us keeping it at the existing height, if it is at 9 foot, my request at that point would be if we could lower it to 7 foot.
Okay, all right,
Ideally, we would keep everything as is.
okay, all right, thank you for that clarification. Any questions for the
I
applicant?
have a question for the applicant.
Go ahead.
I'm not able to pull up the plans that were originally approved. I don't recall seeing a cement, what I don't know if I'd call it retaining wall, because I don't really think you need a retaining wall all the way around this property. But clearly you've put the fence on top of a cement wall for 3 sides of the property. Was that part of the original project that was approved by the Planning Commission?
We've come before you several times, so I'm not sure if it was on the very original plan, but in subsequent versions, we did submit the latest landscape drawings, including a concrete foundation, I believe. And the reason why that was done was because of uneven conditions between our property and our neighbor's property. So it was a means and methods recommendation from the contractor.
And when you're measuring your height of your fence, are you measuring it from the top of the retaining wall?
No, we're measuring it from grade, which is what is required by code.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you. All right,
Thank you.
I'm going to invite the public at this time for any comments they may have. Anybody in the chamber? Anybody online?
No, sir.
Okay, I'm going to close the public comments, bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Ahlborn, you'd like to begin your comments?
Certainly, thank you, Chair. Most of you know I'm not a fan of after-the-fact approvals, especially when something's non-conforming. I'm especially not a fan of after-the-fact approval requests when a design study specifies what's in line with the design guidelines. That said, after visiting the property today, it's obvious there's quite a bit of grade going on. They seem to have taken some diligent steps to address fencing and privacy related to the grade. I would like to see that one section of fence that it appeared to me to be taller than 7 feet, but without a method of measuring, I couldn't say how tall it was. I would like to know, have confirmation about what that height is. And as for approving a 7-foot fence, I think I'm going to wait and listen to what my fellow commissioners have to say. Thank you.
Are you referring to the part of the fence in the front yard setback or the part that is steps up and?
I'm referring to the portion of the fence that appeared to be almost 9 feet tall.
Okay, all right. I think that was not in the.
I think that was more in the backyard.
That wasn't in the front yard setback.
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Locke, your comments, please.
I have to say, I am not supportive of granting a variance on this, or granting an exception in this case. The applicant was notified of the requirements. The only exceptions that I can recall the Planning Commission making in the last 6 years have been on properties that are very steeply sloped, or where there's an unusual circumstance where it has not been an entire fence project, but rather just a very small portion of the project, that there were unique circumstances. And I don't see unique circumstances in this case. I see that the fence that I witnessed today was extremely tall, and I think that granting an exception in this case just kind of sets a precedent that I don't want to see a bunch of walled-in houses in town, so I'm not supportive.
And Commissioner Allen?
I have a similar feeling. I very much do not appreciate the after-the-fact approvals, and especially since I don't recall this coming to us. And I've been on the commission throughout this, so I would tend to say that we need to bring this into the standard 6 feet.
A question for staff. Did the neighbor to the north, did they request the fence stay at that height?
They're in support of the project. You received a letter from the tenant earlier today. They're requesting basically approval as proposed.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you. Yeah, after the fact, approvals are always a little difficult, and as you can see, the Planning Commission is not very receptive to that for the obvious reasons. Although I will say that it is within our purview to grant higher fences up to 9 feet in the that aren't in the front yard setback, as staff has pointed out. We have done it in the past. It's usually been at the time of approval for a project, not after the fact, and it's usually to address privacy issues. You know, we have that ability to do it. I'll be honest, I'm not a big fan of being overly restrictive about some of this after the fact stuff. I mean, if it has a real negative impact on the neighbors or the neighborhood, then I would be more restrictive to it. In this case, I'm okay with approving a 9-foot fence that is not in the front yard setback, but as per staff's recommendations and findings, I would require that the fence that doesn't comply on the north and south side be brought into compliance for the reasons that staff stated. So that's my position on it. We have a resolution from staff which allows I think it allows the conditions of approval. Unless I'm wrong, I think it allows the fences to basically, the height to go up to 9 feet and to have the front yard setback correction. Unless I am wrong about that. Where does that say that specifically in there, Evan? Which condition? Is it in the whereas? No.
So the approval allows the yellow to remain, and when I say the yellow, I mean what's shown on the slide, and then condition number 13 says that the front setback needs to be corrected.
Where does it mention it go to 9 feet?
It doesn't specifically call out 9 feet. It's the after the fact approval, and then condition number 12 says that for the applicant to submit as-built plans, and then we would do the final inspection to sign off on the final permit. So you are effectively authorizing the as-built the as-built condition. It doesn't specify the height. The applicant would then submit.
How does it specifically say that?
In the authorization, condition number 1.
Okay, all right, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Okay, it refers to the after the fact. Okay, thank you. Okay, so
I apologize. It's just brought to my attention. I do see that it does call out 7-foot tall side yard fence.
Okay.
I think this was taken. That's a typo from perhaps an old.
So staff would recommend that 7 foot be changed to 9 foot?
I don't recommend calling out a number because there are a variety of
Okay,
of
so
fence heights.
staff would just
that's
authorize the after the fact construction. It
Yeah,
exceeds the
it's just
6
that
feet.
it exceeds,
So you
6
take
feet
out,
and-
you
and
take out
outright.
in the resulting, take
Yeah.
out the
I recommend it stating that the as-built condition to remain, and then with condition of approval number 12, the applicant is required to submit as-built plans, which would then
yeah,
specify
but
each of the
you're
fence
recommending
heights.
taking out resulting in a 7-foot tall side yard fence.
Because there are a variety of,
Right.
of different heights.
So we just take out the resulting 7-foot side yard.
And I can
Part
take
of
care
that.
of that administratively.
Okay, so that's the motion recommended by staff. Do one of the commissioners want to make an alternate motion?
If I do, it's going to include the zoning code allows for the 6 foot and then up to 7 foot with trellis, so it's going to include that.
Right, so you would, if you made an alternate, it would address conditions of approval number 1.
Yes.
So you would deny the after-the-fact construction of the fencing and state that the fencing has to meet the 6-foot limitation as per code.
Yep,
Is that your motion?
that's my motion.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion to deny the after-the-fact construction of the fence and limit it to the limitation of 6 feet as per the code. And then all the other conditions, special conditions remain in place, correct?
Yeah, and it states that it can go to 7 with a trellis.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
All right, okay. Any more discussion? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Ahlborn,
Yes.
Commissioner Allen,
Yes.
Commissioner Locke,
Yes.
and Chair LePage.
Yes. Okay, the motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, that brings us to, how are we doing on time here? Anybody? Do we feel like you want to charge ahead? Keep going. Okay. Keep going. All right. So that brings us to item number 6 in the public hearings. This is DS 23-005. This is the Schwartz-Young project. It's consideration of a final design study and coastal development permit for a 411 square foot addition to an existing 2,045 square foot two-story single-family residence. We have staff report, please.
Is this the one that we're continuing?
No.
Oh,
You have to recuse yourself from.
Not this one.
So we didn't tour this one.
oh, gotcha.
So this is the Schwartz-Young project. It's a final hearing and coastal development permit. There was no tour for it just because nothing had changed with the story poles. So there's nothing new to see since concept. So it's a 6,000 square foot site. Existing residence is 2,045 square feet. The applicant is proposing an addition, which would result in a 2,465 square foot residence. The applicant is also proposing a 800 square foot attached accessory dwelling unit. So at the previous hearing, the concept was accepted with conditions and recommendations to address prior to final details review, including successful completion of the volume study, which the project passed with about 5,000 cubic feet of volume to spare. There was also direction to work with the neighbor to the north to address privacy impacts discussed at the concept hearing. And between then and now, the neighbor to the north has provided a letter of support for the project, encouraging the Planning Commission to approve the project. The Planning Commission also gave direction to revise the project to provide a more open and light design as opposed to a solid walled appearance. This is specific to the deck railing, as you can see on the left. It was more closed off and solid, and then on the right, the design has been revised to include a more open It's a glass railing now for the portion of the deck above the ADU. And lastly, there was direction to revise the windows on the third level to reduce and minimize the appearance of a three-story building. So again, if you look at the top left, you can see in the rendering what those windows look like, and then compare it to the figure on the top right, that's the revised design. And then the figure in the bottom left, that's the existing elevation compared to the proposed elevation. So it is slightly larger than the existing condition, but much smaller than what was initially proposed at the concept. So on the slide, these are all of the proposed finished materials. Buildings primarily proposed to be a painted cedar shingle with asphalt shingle roofs. There is stone proposed to be used throughout the building, pavers for the driveway and walkways. In respect to the design guidelines, a composition shingle roof is proposed. The color was not identified. However, it does appear to be a dark gray or black. The residential design guidelines state that shingles should convey a color and texture to that of wood shingles. I didn't include a condition requiring a change, but just for the Planning Commission to discuss and consider as to whether the roof is appropriate based on this design guideline, specifically that the color, whether it conveys a texture or color and texture similar to that of a wood shingle. Also, the applicant has proposed 5 new skylights. Residential design guidelines support skylights when interior spaces do not have access to light. Windows would cause greater impacts to adjacent homes, or when windows would create greater impacts to homes. The design is compatible, and the size of the skylight is appropriate for the lighting task. Also, skylights should be integral to the design, framed to match the roof and not produce glare. Again, I don't have a condition of approval for pertaining to skylights or specific to the inclusion or exclusion. Again, just for Planning Commission consideration. However, if you are inclined to permit any number of the skylights, we do have condition of approval number 13 in the resolution that requires the standard requirement for skylight shades, flashing to match the roof, etc. In respect to landscaping, there is no tree planting requirement due to the tree density. There is landscaping proposed at the front of the site as well as in the right-of-way. The existing landscaping at the rear is proposed to remain. There is a trash enclosure proposed to be located partially within the front setback. Typically, we require trash enclosures to be located outside of the front setback. However, there is an exception in the code that says that except in the event of access limitations such as steep slopes with constraints and other significant obstructions. In staff's opinion, that the trash area could be shifted to the right away from the setback. So this way a little bit. However, this would be maintaining it in the existing area is less impactful to the trees and topography than just a moderate encroachment into the front setback. So we're dealing with a significant tree here, and then also as we push this up the hill, we're encroaching or we're digging deeper into the topography. So just this moderate setback encroachment would be less impactful and supported by this municipal code section. So with that, staff recommends the Planning Commission adopt a resolution as described on the screen, and that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions from, go ahead, Commissioner Ahlborn.
Thank you, Evan, very much. I had 2 questions. The first has to do with the skylights. Did I note in your report that none of the proposed skylights meet the findings for providing light to a room without access to a window?
So all of the skylights have windows associated with them.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question, if you could show the front, the west-facing elevation with the finished design, yes. I don't know that I can speak to this, but I notice in the new design on the west face above the two sets of sliding doors, there appear to be rather large light fixtures. And I don't know if those are light fixtures. I know that Carmel's design guidelines speak very, very specifically to exterior lighting. Its quantity and direction and lumens. Again, I don't know if I can ask about those lights, but if I can, I would like to. And if they even are lights.
Are you referring to
Yes,
these?
sir.
I think those are awnings.
Yeah, I don't know that, I don't believe that those are light fixtures, but we can ask the applicant when he.
Oh, perhaps the light fixture is the
Yeah,
rectangular.
Yeah, I think that's.
that's the light fixture. I think these are more of just an architectural
But
detail.
those have been added.
Oh, they're also on the top.
Yeah, as well as.
I see.
Those have been added.
I'm sure the architect who's online would be more than happy to speak to what those are.
Thank you.
Can you also speak to the dormer?
Yes, thank
Yeah, that was my
Yes,
question.
I have
Sure.
a question on that too. Thank you.
Yeah, so the applicant had proposed to extend, let me see if I can,
Oh, it's right there, Evan, I think.
yeah, I'm trying to get a pen tool so I can sketch on here. So the applicant had proposed to extend, in one of their resubmittals as an alternative, to extend the dormer out to the edge of the building wall. I apologize for my crude, it's harder to do this on a trackpad than I thought. But basically bring the dormer out to the edge of the building wall. But what this would do, and maybe I can use this diagram, is it would enclose this area here in floor area, which there is none available. So as proposed, the building's at the maximum floor area, but when you push that dormer out, it increases the floor area where there's currently none available for the site. So that addition, by pushing the wall out, wasn't captured in the floor area calculation. Something else that we discussed briefly at the concept hearing was, let me see if I can erase this easily. I don't think I can, or I don't know how to do it at least. Was we made the determination at the concept hearing that where's my, sorry, I'm trying to draw on this. I have no idea where the pen went though. That basically the dormer is considered a dormer because it's not part of the building plate. So that was one of the purposes for the offset. And by bringing it out to the exterior building wall, it becomes part of the building plate. And then it would exceed the maximum plate height. So there's two reasons why staff is not supportive of that proposed alternative. One is it exceeds floor area, and then also would not be considered a dormer. It would be part of the building wall. Thus
Does that need to be called out as a condition?
No, it doesn't. It was just one of the alternative proposals that the applicant was exploring. So staff is just recommending approval of the project as proposed, which is the plans in the project plans.
So there isn't a dormer on the,
As illustrated,
there's only a dormer on the one side? I don't know what the direction of those are, but.
correct. It was basically my way of just kind of cutting off the discussion before it happened, so it wasn't.
Okay.
Hopefully, it wasn't going to be confusing.
Okay. Okay, any other questions for staff? All right, thank you. Okay, at this time, I'm going to invite the applicant to make their presentation. I believe they're online. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, can everybody hear me?
we can, thank you.
Great, yes, I'm Ben Schaefer with Benjamin Schaefer Architects. I'm the architect for the project, and I am speaking for the homeowners as well who are also online. I just wanted to say that it's nice to be back in front of you. Appreciate your time. When we last, I'll keep it short. I think Evan did a pretty good presentation as to what's changed, but simply put, we understood the last commission hearing in March was pretty positive about the concept design. So the resubmit really addresses the three specific conditions that the commission had, that being the two front-facing facades of the project, which face the street, that being the deck or the ADU facade and the guardrail, and then that facade as it steps back to the residence, and then the third condition specifically being coordinating the north-facing design with the neighbors. So the resubmit is specific. It keeps the concept as previously approved with specifically addressing those conditions. I'm happy to answer questions. A couple things maybe that came up was the trash enclosure. And yeah, just to reiterate, the trash enclosure is specifically located to be benched into the landscape to help screen it and keep the mass less visible from the street, but we are working around these significant trees which have these, extended root zones. So we're trying to not locate the trash enclosure and the associated excavation right up against the tree zone. So that's the background on why it's located where it is. The dormer, yeah, we've resubmitted the dormer as previously approved, so there's no changes there. The skylights, I just wanted to point out, although the skylights are placed in rooms with windows, the entire second floor of the house is essentially an attic. It's underneath this steeply sloped roof. So although there are windows, the windows are quite small because you're talking about a minimal wall height in some of the rooms. So the skylights are being used to supplement the light quality inside the house. It's actually fairly dark. A good portion of the day, there's also, a handful of these significant conifers and oak trees around that are blocking light into the house. So we're just simply trying to lighten up the house. The house itself is well related to the skylights and also the asphalt shingles. And yeah, Evan is correct that the proposed shingles were a dark gray charcoal color. But I just wanted to point out that, from the street and even around the site, the skylights and the shingles are pretty much non-visible due to the viewing angle. The existing roof height and perspective doesn't really allow you to see them much. Now, of course, if you're drastically across the street from neighbors, you might see edges of the skylights. But I just wanted to point that out, that they're not super visible from the right-of-way or adjacent properties. And that's it.
Okay, did you want to speak to those awnings that you added?
Yeah, I appreciate it. So one of the comments from the commissioners was that street-facing wall, which is the front face of the ADU or the west-facing face of the ADU, it continued up as this guardrail, and there was some feeling that it was too tall, it was a bit blank and flat. And so we did two things. One, we removed the second floor appendage, which was reading like a parapet, and have glassed it up. So now it is a transparent glass guardrail all the way around to reduce the height of that wall. And then we also felt like there is some heritage that the architecture of the house is a bit kind of arts and crafts, which is, commonly found in Carmel. And these kind of wood trellis elements are very abundant in the neighborhood. And so we just wanted to add a little bit of architectural interest to that wall to respond to the commission's comment about that wall, being close to the streetscape, feeling flat.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the architect? Oh, we have a question here for you.
Yes. Mr. Schaefer, thank you. I had a few questions. First, I'd like to say that I noticed a significant change in this revised design, and I think aesthetically you've done a beautiful job. Could you speak to the height of the doors? One of our design guidelines in Carmel has to do with human scale. We tend to like to see doorways that are 6'8", 80 inches in height. What height doors do you have in the project?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that comment. I just wanted to say that in addressing the commission's previous comments and conditions, we definitely think the design has been elevated, so we do appreciate the input. So the doors currently, I'm just looking at our door schedule here. Just give me one sec here. They are higher than 6'8", and essentially they are, these accordion style doors, and you have to make them a bit taller because they have, without getting into the weeds, and you probably know this, but they have this, the door head is quite thick, or it's quite tall to support the weight of the door panels. And so it does make the doors a bit taller to get the 6'8" net clear of the opening. They're a bit chunkier than a typical like swing or patio door, if that makes sense.
So are we talking 84 inches rather than 80? I mean, how tall are they?
Give me one sec here. I'm going to look at our door schedule. See. I apologize. You just give me 1 minute here. I'm just looking at the.
Looks like 84.
They are 8 feet. Yeah, they're 8 feet tall, and that's 8 feet to the top of the frame. So again, because the frame head is quite thick, it nets out at maybe 7'3" or so clear opening. So they're a bit taller, but the intent of the doors is to, when you open them, it's this kind of grand opening that allows connection from the inside of the space out to that deck.
Oh, but you see, Mr. Schaefer, grand openings actually are something that we discourage here in Carmel. Please, I hope you can see my face and the smile on it, but that is actually, that's something that we discourage. I'm going to just put a pin in that and wait to see what my fellow commissioners think about that. I wanted to make a comment about the skylights and the reason for my question. The reason behind it, here in Carmel, we work very hard to try to preserve a low nighttime lighting character in our neighborhoods. And we pay very close attention to what can be light pollution. And so if there are 5 skylights in 5 second-story rooms and all of the lighting at night is on in those rooms, then what we're going to have is lighting into the neighborhood. That is something that Carmel discourages. So that is the source of my question about the skylights. Regarding your garbage enclosure in the front setback, this property, as beautifully redesigned as you've done, is actually it began as quite non-conforming. And it would be my goal to try to minimize any increase in non-conformity. And having that garbage enclosure piercing the front setback adds to the non-conformity. That said, we also here in Carmel pay quite a lot of attention to significant trees and their preservation. And so I understand that you may have an exception there, but my request would be to do your level best to get that garbage enclosure as much out of the front setback as would be possible. And my last question to you has to do with the deck railing, and the new design is beautiful. Another aspect of Carmel design happens to be simple but staggered masses and volumes. And I wonder if you might consider just touching that railing back a little bit from the edge of the enclosed carport, just a little bit, so that you would have a slight variation from your ground level cube up into that beautiful new railing. And then staggering that into what you would see would be those, the two folding doors that you have. So that's the extent of my comments, and thank you for the opportunity to give them to you.
Okay, any more questions for the applicant or the applicant's architect? Okay, thank you, Mr. Schaefer, unless you have any more comments. Guess not. All right.
I appreciate it, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, at this time, I'd like to invite anybody in the chamber to make any comments they may have. And nobody coming forward. Anybody, any hands going up online? Okay, I'm going to close the public comments, open it up to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Ahlborn, you want to continue your discussion?
Well, yes, and I think I'm very interested in what my fellow commissioners think, especially about the deck railing. Would there be an improvement? And there might not be, but would there be an improvement in having that staggered slightly off the edge of the enclosed carport? And that's a genuine question. And another genuine question truly has to do with the skylights. I mean, we see a lot of discussion about skylights in tonight's design studies. And again, I'd like to hear from my fellow commissioners how you would handle those. So thank you.
Can you walk me through the suggestion that you had on the railing? I didn't quite follow that. And if we could bring up the rendering, maybe?
Well, you can see, I think actually with what Evan has here, there's the deck, right? We can see the, oh, yes.
I was just zooming in.
Thank you. So we can see the deck, and it appears to me that the railing for the deck goes all the way out to the edge of the walls of the structure below.
Okay.
And so, and to me, it gives the appearance of still a cube in front of that larger primary residence behind. And would it have a slightly more village character if there was a little stagger so that it was back from smaller? It would be back from the edge.
Interesting. Okay.
Did you have some comments, Mr. Allen? This time, or do you want to?
Just overall?
Yeah, use your comments on.
Yeah, so I do want to compliment them on taking the suggestions that we had and implementing them into this design. I really think that it really greatly improved the project. And I'm not necessarily sold on the awnings, but not opposed to the awnings over the windows. I do appreciate the concept of needing skylights. I know that there are situations in that second story in some of the homes that where you need that extra light. So I understand that, and I see that Evan has put in the request that obviously they have the shades for nighttime. And then in terms of the doors, I do wish that we didn't go with oversized doors because I am a stickler about this, and it really does make a difference when you keep things that human scale. And then otherwise, I think the project's moving along nicely.
So those two doors are on this elevation that's in the staff report, figure 2B? Is that what those two doors are?
Aren't they the ones that open out onto the deck?
Onto the deck,
West-
right,
west
yeah.
of it, west
Okay, I
facing,
just
right?
wanted to clarify that,
Yeah.
because we looked at the schedule and I'm having trouble downloading the plans for some reason, otherwise I could have answered my own question.
Here we go.
But yeah, right, okay, thank you. All right, Commissioner Locke.
I think I will agree on the door size. I think that they need to be dropped slightly. They're too tall. But I don't have any other issues with anything on this. If possible, to move the garage enclosure back off the front setback, that would be ideal. And I think the suggestion about moving the deck railing is a good suggestion. I'm not going to design their project on this one.
Of course.
But I could see how that would be a real advantage, and maybe some little potted plants or whatever would break it up as well if they did something like that. So, but no, and I guess my other comment has to do with skylights and staff's comment in the staff report, which is that the size of the majority of skylights we have approved are either 24 by 24 or 24 by 48. And these proposed skylights, there's 3 of them that are 24 by 48, but the other ones are 38 by 48, which is adding another foot to the width of those. I would like to see those actually come down a little bit in size, but only because I do think it's really important to try to reduce as much light that goes out of the house as possible.
Okay, based on our discussion here, I'm going to suggest a couple of things. I'm going to suggest we condition the skylights at 2 by 2. And the doors be brought down on the deck to 7 foot in height. I understand the suggestion about moving deck railing back. I don't think it's going to change anything, to tell you the truth, because visually the change from the original design and this one is very significant, and it's very transparent. And now you have a very clear horizontal line there that you really didn't have before. I think the whole issue of the original staff's concern was the mass and bulk. And as you look at these two pictures, you can see that that has significantly been reduced.
Yes.
And the trellises, I mean, I think this is kind of a craftsman style house, and the trellises are a little bit, what am I trying to think? Can't think of the right term here. They're a little bit, a little modern in their execution, but I'm not designing this house, and if that's how they want to do it. I think the trellises are a nice addition. They introduce horizontal lines, and that always helps with the vertical mass. So my suggestion would be we accept the final with the condition that the 2 doors onto the deck be reduced in size to 7 feet, the skylights be reduced to 2 by 2, and anything else?
The trash.
Oh, the trash, yeah, staff, you know, I don't want it to encroach on the trees. I mean, you know, that, it seems like, I think from staff's indication, it's being cut into the hill. This is sloping, right? So if you move it out of, towards the, away from the setback, it's gonna make a deeper cut, right?
As you move away from the front property line, away from, or out of the front setback, it goes up the hill more. So it's a
Yes, I
deeper
just
cut.
think we're gonna be, I mean, I don't see from this elevation that it's gonna change things a whole lot. And I just would defer to the health of the trees. And you know, and I think trash enclosures are really good because there's nothing uglier than garbage cans. And I see lots of them on my street.
I agree.
A lot of people don't have trash enclosures. And so I appreciate the fact that this project has a trash enclosure. I think that's a very nice element, although you probably won't get too excited about the design of it, but I mean, having one is a good idea. So I just think that I would defer to the location is probably the best, as indicated on the site plan by the proximity of the two trees. So that's my thoughts. I'm willing to make a motion or somebody else can make that.
Go for it.
Okay,
You
go
go
ahead.
for it.
All right, I'm gonna go for it. All right, I'll make a motion to accept the resolution as per staff with the special conditions added that the two folding doors on the exit to the deck be 7 foot in height, that the skylights number remain the same, but the size be 2 by 2, and that I guess we won't have to put a condition on the trash, because it's just as presented, right? Okay, that's my motion.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion made, seconded. Any more discussion? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Ahlborn,
Yes.
Commissioner Allen,
Yes.
Commissioner Locke,
Yes.
and Chair LePage.
Yes, motion is carried. Okay, I just had a request from Mother Nature that we have a 5-minute recess, so.
Look at how beautiful it turned
Commissioner Ahlborn,
Here.
Commissioner Allen,
Here.
Commissioner Locke,
Here.
and Chair LePage.
Here. Okay, next item on the public hearings tonight is another design study. This is DS 25017, the Hobbs project. This is a final hearing. May I have a staff report, please?
Thank you, Chair. So the existing site is a 6,000 square foot lot. It's developed with a 1,776 square feet of improvements, split between a single family residence and a guest house. The applicant is proposing to effectively demolish the residence and construct a 1,571 square foot residence with a 224 square foot detached garage while maintaining the 655 square foot detached guest house at the rear of the site. As we discussed at the concept hearing, the site is subject to a multi-jurisdictional land use agreement between the city, county, and property owner. That is because a portion of the building site is actually located outside of the city limits and located within unincorporated Monterey County. However, through this land use agreement, all permitting authority has been designated to the city. Similar to the previous project, prior to final details review, the applicant was required to satisfy a number of requirements, one being the volume study. So the project did successfully pass the volume study as prepared by our volumetric consultant with about 500 cubic feet of volume to spare. Following completion of the volume study, the applicant did propose a modification to the garage design, which raised the finished floor of the garage by a foot, as well as the plate height of the garage by a foot, which resulted in 448.75 cubic feet of additional volume, resulting in a total volume of 21,525.71 cubic feet, just below the maximum allowable volume for the site. The applicant was also required to submit a landscape plan that included a number of requirements, including meeting the recommended tree density, landscaping in the right-of-way, and landscaping that complies with the municipal code and residential design guidelines for landscaping. This requirement was satisfactorily met. The applicant also needed to revise the story poles for the garage, which we saw on site today, were completed, and then also needed to work with staff to revise the plans to submit the requisite information necessary for scheduling for final details review. We are at a final details hearing, so this of course was satisfied. So on the slide we have the finished details material. The applicant is proposing a composite slate tile roof. The color identified in the plans is onyx, which is a dark gray or black. It's unclear exactly what it is, but somewhere in that range. So as we discussed at the last project, the residential design guidelines identify or provide guidance on the color for composition shingles. They don't provide it for slate, however. So just keep this in mind as we go on to the next slide. The residential design guidelines do suggest muted earth tones. Past commission direction has been that bright white and contrasting color schemes are discouraged. Similar to what, the approach I took on the last project, I don't have a condition relating to the color scheme. However, the commission may wish to consider or discuss the color palette and compliance with the design guideline pertaining to colors. Much like the last project, we have a discussion on skylights. There are 5 skylights proposed. Residential design guidelines support skylights when interior spaces don't have access to light. Windows would cause greater impacts to adjoining homes. The design is compatible and size is appropriate for the lighting task. And then the skylight is integral to the design, framed to match the roof and would not produce glare. Again, no condition or It's just for discussion and consideration. And condition of approval, number 14, is that standard skylight condition, should the skylights be permitted to remain. So there are 5 trees proposed to be planted and identified on the landscape plan. 2 trees are existing and required to remain and be protected throughout construction. Landscaping is proposed in the right-of-way, which is required for detached garages in the front setback, as well as our residential design guidelines. There is 1 light fixture proposed. Our code allows for 375 lumens. However, this particular light fixture produces over 1,000 lumens. So we do have condition of approval number 11, which is our standard lighting condition of approval, which requires lighting be limited to 375 lumens. So that light fixture will be required to be revised. So these are the standards for detached garages in the front setback. We reviewed these at our concept hearing. However, there have been some changes to the plans amending these findings. So number 2, at least 50% of the adjacent right-of-way will be landscaped. We now have that landscape plan showing 50% of the right-of-way being landscaped. Proposed setback encroachment will not impact significant trees. At the concept hearing, I discussed a forthcoming condition of approval pertaining to route exploration around the garage. So condition of approval 34 is now included in the resolution, citing that route exploration. And then finding number 5, we do have the revised and corrected story poles demonstrating compliance that the development is in scale with adjacent properties. And with that, staff recommends the Planning Commission adopt a resolution as described on the screen, and that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions for staff, the commission? Question?
Evan, a few slides back, we could see through, it was a rendering, and we could, here, that's the one. On the guest house in the back, is that a second-story deck?
It's existing.
It's an existing second-story deck. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, any more questions for staff? Okay, thank you, Evan. I'd like to invite the applicant or the applicant's architect to come forward, give us a presentation.
Good evening, I'm Adam Jesselnick, architect for the Hobbs project, Chair LePage, commissioners. Good to be with you again. Thanks to Evan for working diligently with us on this project throughout the permitting process. I wasn't able to be here at the concept hearing in July, so I'm very pleased to be with you tonight for the final details review. As you saw, this is an existing house right at the edge of city limits on the north side of town, northeast side of town. And the basic design objective for the project was to add square footage to the house on the oversized lot while maintaining the guest house in its current condition, to keep those improvements on a single story, and then to add the garage because while there's currently parking for both the house and the guest house, there's no covered parking on the site. Just a couple of notes as to the items that were discussed or brought to your attention in the staff report. In regards to the skylights, as you had a chance to see today, those skylights are on the south-facing roof of the house. There are currently 11 skylights in the project, and we're reducing the number to 5. The 4 that are on the south-facing roof provide supplemental light into the primary living space of the home. And although there are, I believe, 3 south-facing windows, which are very close to the windows in the existing home, the back portion of the house is the kitchen, so there's not an opportunity for windows there. And we're also, we were concerned about any possible privacy impacts to the neighbor to the south, which is fairly close to the property line, the shared property line. I don't think that those skylights will be very visible or prominent to the street or to the neighborhood. Happy to substitute an exterior light fixture that complies. That was just a miss in the compiling the specifications for the finished materials. And I did want to also speak to the exterior material color choices proposed, which are very consistent with the existing house, which was the direction from the owner. You know, I do think there's, because we live in a place that doesn't always have full sunshine, it's nice to have some lighter colors on a house. So I think it is consistent with previous projects that have been proposed and approved in terms of that color palette, and I think it will look very nice on this style of home. And my final comment, and then I'll be happy to take any questions from you, pertains to the conditions that were added. It's not a question of the conditions themselves, but rather the timing, specifically to condition 34 and 35, which are listed as required prior to building permit issuance. My request for both of those conditions is that the language of prior to issuance of a building permit be removed. And the reason for that is different for each of the conditions. In regards to the recording of the land use documents, that is in process, and I don't expect that it will be a problem. But the last time that I had a project that was conditioned with a recorded document, the process from the document being submitted to the county and the city and then returned was about 4 months. So I'm just reluctant to have that be a hindrance holding up this process, since it was quite a lengthy process to get to the point of having that agreement approved by the City Council and the County Board of Supervisors. The condition regarding the tree root exploration is also just a concern about timing. There was a recent project where there was sort of a catch-22 where a building permit could not be issued because the tree root exploration wasn't complete. But the tree root exploration really couldn't take place until there was some approval given by the city for that work to occur. And in this case, we don't have a building that needs to be demolished or partially demolished, but we do have an existing driveway. So there would be work by a contractor on site. And it just becomes, I think, an unnecessary sort of catch-22 for the project that I'd like to try to avoid if it's possible. With that, happy to answer any of your questions and appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, questions for Adam? One question?
Super
Or
quick.
a question?
Adam,
Series of questions?
do you anticipate needing to install fire sprinklers on this project?
Yes, by definition of the code, we are demolishing more than 50% of the walls of the house, so we will be installing fire sprinklers.
Okay, thank you, Adam.
Thank you.
Does staff want to make any comment about the applicant's request for this, the documents, condition number 35?
Sure, that's the one about recording.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the purpose of that is we have a multi-jurisdictional agreement between us and the county designating our authority. Without that being recorded, it's effectively not a binding agreement between all three parties. So we've issued an approval and issuing a permit for something that isn't recorded against the property.
Yeah, it's kind of my feeling that you have to do that.
Yeah.
So and you're confirming that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. All right, members of the public like to make comments? I'm invited at this time regarding this application. Nobody in the chamber coming forward? Any hands up online?
No, sir.
Okay, all right, I'm gonna close the public comments, open up to the commissioners. Commissioner Ahlborn, would you like to begin the comments?
Yes, I could see approving this project as staff recommends, withholding any comment on the conditions for 34 and 35, because that's still a little above my pay grade.
Okay, Commissioner Locke?
Yeah, I don't really have any other comments. I would support the project, and however, I do think that I would follow staff's recommendation on this.
And Commissioner
Yeah,
Allen?
I think it's a great project. I would follow staff's recommendation.
Okay, while I'm sympathetic to the timeline concern, I think we have to do this to maintain the the legal jurisdiction for this project. And then what was the concern about number 34?
That's the tree.
Yeah, I mean, Adam was requesting.
So on another project where that was a condition that I'm familiar with, it was, the condition was effectively identical, and it says prior to building permit issuance, do exploratory work, but we're in a catch-22 where you can't issue a permit to do the exploratory work because you need to issue the permit to do exploratory work. In this case, there is no structure in the way. You don't need to issue a permit to demolish site coverage. We have a tool to do that. The only thing that's in the way, Erin. So where the garage is located, it's just an existing driveway. There's no building permit required to demolish site coverage.
So we can eliminate 34?
No, my recommendation is to maintain 34. There is no catch-22 in this situation.
So they can actually do the exploration prior to building permit without having to have a building permit to take something down.
Okay.
They could do that tomorrow if they wanted to.
All right, okay. All right, I just want to get clarification on that. Okay, in that case, we have a resolution. There doesn't seem to be any further direction. So we just, I make a motion, we approve the resolution as presented by staff.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Commissioner Ahlborn?
Yes.
Commissioner Allen?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
And Chair LePage?
Yes, the motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, that brings us to we just did Hobbs, right? We just did Hobbs.
Yeah, we're doing Pike.
Or the Pike. Okay.
Pike. We have 3 more.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Okay, that brings us to item number 8 on the public hearing. It says Design Study DS 25092, the Pike Brothers LLC. This consideration of a combined concept and final design study and coastal development permit for substantial alterations to an existing single-family residence. We have staff report, please. Oh, we have a recusal from Commissioner Allen.
All right, good evening. I'll be presenting the Pike Brothers project. This is a combined concept and final design study and coastal development permit. This is a typical 4,000 square foot lot, Guadalupe 5 southeast of Forest in the R1 zone. The project scope involves raising the roof by 9 inches, modifying one existing gable to a hip roof form, replacing the wood siding and replacing windows and doors and altering the opening locations a bit. So cumulatively, this qualifies as a substantial alteration, and that's why it's coming to the Planning Commission. There you can see a photo of the existing home and existing and proposed on the right-hand side of the screen. So you can see the shingle siding in the gable will be changed to like a vertical wood siding, new window openings on the front. They are proposing to demolish the north half of this lattice-style fence and retain the south half. It is indicated as 6 feet tall, and it's right at that 15-foot front setback line. Here's our south elevation. You can just see the changes in the door and window openings. Staff did not identify any privacy impacts or anything like that. Here is just a few photos of that south elevation and the entry doors. And our rear elevation and the north side elevation. So there's not too many, I'll be pretty zippy with this. In terms of forest character, they will meet the required tree density, which right now is not met. I don't believe there are any trees on the site at all. So they'll be planting 3 upper canopy and 1 lower canopy. The forester and the planner will review the precise location and species and size before building permit issuance. This project did pass a volume study. There are no identified privacy or view impacts, no correspondence received. And increasing the roof by 9 inches does still keep the house quite low profile. The roof pitch itself is staying the same at 4 and 12. And then there are no concerns with the finished details, namely wood siding, aluminum clad wood windows, wood doors, and then there are a few proposed hardy board accents, but the Planning Commission has approved this in the past as a similar material to wood. Here are the finished materials. No issues here. There are standard and special conditions of approval, but this was one that I did want to request Planning Commission feedback about, and that is how many lights. So our design guidelines do speak to minimizing the amount of outdoor lighting, and there's the sentence, for properties, that lighting was typically limited to a light, 1 light at a building entry, and perhaps at a yard gate or over a garage door. There's also language about using lights only where needed for safety and at outdoor activity areas. So this does leave a bit of room for interpretation that I would appreciate feedback on. In this case, the primary entry door does only feature 1 light, but there are, maybe 8 or so lights around the exterior of the building. And perhaps some of these would be better suited as low landscape lights, 18 inches off the ground if it's a side walkway instead of a light that could potentially impact a neighbor. So that's one area I'd appreciate feedback on. And that's it for this one. While we were on the site, there was a question about site coverage. Because this project is not adding any floor area, they're not required to reduce site coverage as you typically see either. Typically, if someone wants to keep all their existing non-conforming site coverage, they can, but if they're adding floor area, they need to reduce it by 2 for 1. Or if they're proposing any new or additional site coverage, they need to bring the whole site into compliance. In this case, they're not adding floor area, nor are they proposing any new site coverage. However, the landscaping requirements are going to force the issue. They'll need to find space for trees. And we also have conditions of approval speaking to enhancement of the forest. There's also a condition of approval about encroachments in the right-of-way. So any hardscape that's not the driveway would need to be removed from the right-of-way. So that's it for staff. Happy to answer any questions, and we do have our applicant here as well.
Okay, questions for staff? You have a question?
I have one quick one. How
Go ahead.
many lights did you say they have?
I think they have just 8 proposed. This is not as excessive as other projects we see, but
it's not a huge house either.
it's not a huge house, and the guidelines kind of say a light at a building entry. So, what's the middle ground, and what would you like to see?
Commissioner Ahlborn?
Could I ask a question, Catherine, and thank you for this, a question about the site coverage? Because it seems it's a little complicated in this particular case, given that they will need to be making some room for some landscaping. Are you able to show in the plans what site coverage is intended to be kept as of this moment? Do we have those plans or no?
So we don't have our landscape plan yet. The plans that you have propose just keeping all site coverage in place with no modifications, but they will need to submit a landscape plan. That's one of our standard conditions, and meet the tree density, another one of our standard conditions. So prior to building permit issuance, that landscaping plan will need to be submitted and reviewed, which is going to require removal of site coverage.
And then removal of site coverage, is it a domino effect? Does that then
You can always remove site coverage, and no, they don't have to remove all site coverage to come into full compliance, no.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
So what triggers compliance?
Either if you're adding floor area to any project, you need to remove site coverage at a two for one, like double the amount of floor area you're adding and remove that much site coverage. Or you can come into full compliance, whichever is less. Or if you're adding new site coverage or demolishing existing and proposing to replace, even within the same footprint, you still have to come into full compliance.
So the trigger there is if you're demolishing and then proposing to put it back in the same area.
You can't demolish and put it back without coming into compliance. So in this case, the applicants kind of just wanted to keep it all and not touch any of it. So there might be portions where they can do that. Like I believe the south deck is something that they're looking to keep, but.
So to accommodate the landscape plan and the tree planning requirements, they can remove site
Yes.
coverage. And that, but
You can always remove.
they can remove it, but that doesn't force them to come into compliance.
That's right.
The planting of a tree, because that's a different.
That's right.
Right, okay. Great.
One last question.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Catherine, and I see that this is a combined concept and final design study.
It is.
As a planner with the city, are you comfortable with the information you have thus far, having the planning commission approve this as a combined concept and final?
I am, yes. Staff does regularly review and approve landscape plans, and in partnership with the forester as well. If there was an exception being asked for about landscaping, we would come back to you, but we can, I think, take it from here for the landscaping.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, at this time, I'd like to invite the applicant to come up and make their presentation.
Erin Rose, I'm the designer of the project, representing Lewis Builders and the owners. And Catherine covered most of it. We will be happy to take it down to 2 lights and then drop the other ones that are, if any, are necessary. Where we have changes of grade or steps, we'll just do a landscape light instead on that one. And I believe that was everything, unless you have questions for me.
Okay, any questions for the applicant? All right, thank you for being so concise.
Keep it simple.
Okay, any members of the public that'd like to comment on this in the chamber? We're kind of running out of combatants here. Anybody online?
No hands raised.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing and open it up to the commissioners. Commissioner Locke, you want to lead out?
I really have no comments. I think this is a fine project as proposed and appreciate the concession on the number of lights. I was going to say, get it down below 5, or if you can get down to 3, that'd be wonderful. So, thanks. I have nothing else.
Okay, Commissioner Ahlborn?
I support the project as recommended by staff, and appreciate that it's both concept and final. Let's hope it saves everybody a little time.
Okay, do you want to make the motion? You have a motion
Sure.
as per staff.
I'll make the motion.
More special conditions.
That for design study 25092, Pike Brothers LLC, that the Planning Commission accept the resolution as presented by staff.
I'll second.
Okay, motion's made and seconded to accept the resolution as presented by staff. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Commissioner Ahlborn?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
And Chair LePage?
Yes, the motion is carried. Thank you. All right. Come on back in, Commissioner Allen. And that brings us to item number 9. Okay, go ahead. Jumping in. It happens. It happens. All right, this is DS 25074 Ahmed, consideration of another combined concept and final, staff's really knocking them out here, for substantial alterations to an existing single-family residence. Staff report, please.
Similar to the last one, this is also combined concept and final for the Ahmed project. A typical 4,000 square foot lot again, Santa Fe 3 southwest of 4th in the R1 zone. This house is non-conforming in terms of floor area. You can't tell from this photo, but it does drop down to 3 stories at the back of the property. So non-conforming in terms of floor area and height. The project scope involves replacing the wood siding with stucco, all stucco, cladding a concrete block chimney with stucco, new window and door openings, and a new roof. So cumulatively a substantial alteration. You can see here the primary project element for the commission to consider is our new entry. Right now you enter the home at a lower level that you can't see from the street, and they're proposing to create a new primary entry at street level, kind of the upper level of the home. So there's an existing driveway bridge, and the applicant is proposing to extend that driveway bridge to the left in the photo to provide pedestrian access to the new front door. So here are the existing and proposed drawings. You can kind of see the change. And then here are the side elevations, north and south, just new window openings and new windows. The new windows are proposed to have that modest divided light pattern at the upper portion of the light. And our rear elevation, the sliding door openings are being expanded and minor window changes. Here are just a few photos of the existing condition. You can see we did story pole, the new gable that's proposed, and the extended walkway. They will also be planting trees to meet the required tree density. There's already a lower canopy on site, but they'll be planting their upper canopy trees. And they passed their volume study, no identified privacy or view impacts, no neighbor correspondence. Staff does support the proposed entry because it is a minimal gable, and otherwise the roof form is quite simple. There's no skylights, it's low profile, and then the finished details comply with the design guidelines. I should have mentioned too, there is a new guard wall with guardrail on top proposed with stone veneer. So here's our finished materials. And there are standard and special conditions, but the one that I am requesting Planning Commission feedback on is the scale of the primary entry. We were already working with the applicant who modified the design already to omit a transom, but still the doors and skylights are at 8 feet, and there is this design guideline about human scale. So in this case, staff is recommending a 7-foot door height because that is what the garage door opening is, and it would align with that, the window opening as well. And then another lighting question. So in this case, we do have 2 lights at the front entry, and then on the back of the house, 2 per opening to the rear deck. Again, it's not excessive, but it's more than 1. So any feedback on lights would be appreciated. And that's it. So we do recommend just approval of the resolution. And that's it. That's it for me.
Okay, questions for staff from the commission? No questions?
No, thank you.
Okay, good, all right. Thank you. Alan, you want to come forward and talk to us?
Hello, Alan Lehman on the building design for the project. The a couple of notes that came up in Catherine's report, and thank you for all your work on this project. It's been challenging at times to refine details about it because of the volume based on a house that is so massive as it falls down, or not falls down, but is on such a steep hill. The lower portion, which in our code equates to a third story below the two living levels, is mechanical and dirt. And the grade actually comes up sharply inside of that room. So I'm not sure why the owner chose to build that lower floor deck, but it's not really, it's only accessed if you make the near spelunking journey down the side yards to get there. So it's not really in essence, we're not trying to cheat a third story into the project. So just wanted to clarify that. The project itself, a general exterior, update and, give it some appeal. It's as designed from the street, not a super attractive house. I don't like to speak badly about houses because that could come back to me one day, I'm sure, but it's not the most attractive house. It's kind of a post-war builder's box that they put up there. So that was the big request from the owner. Let's make this more appealing as you approach the house. And so that dormer, bringing the entry up to the upper level and creating a pathway to it. We do have a taller than recommended by the guidelines entry door. And the reason for that is early in the concepts, we had proposed some skylights along that ridge going into the front of the house because it's a long corridor to get back to where we see glass again. It's all the way at the rear of the house. So that entry corridor is about almost 15 feet before we start to get the filtered light from the other direction. And so the more light we can grab from that east-facing door, we feel it really benefits the project without putting in skylights. For all the obvious reasons that skylights are not ideal for our forest character and the night sky and the light pollution they produce. So that was a lot of our concept in getting the taller door. Also, there's a rhythm to the front elevation where it's a little bit lower, where you have the 7 foot up to the 8 foot as that gable rises, and then back down again at the garage. So rather than creating a very static elevation, I think it adds to the aesthetic and is not overwhelming. As well as, in order to kind of adjust for that scale, we have those craftsman light divisions to sort of bring that line down and ease the scale as you approach that door. So those were some of our thought processes in approaching that front elevation. As mentioned, maybe very minimal landscaping. We do, right now, we were trying to do a reduction of site coverage to get us into compliance because there was existing on the north side, there's a long concrete step path going down. We're removing that because it's a not very much ever used path. Unfortunately, we're kind of getting dinged by, on the other side, we have a gravel path, which goes all the way to the opposite, to the neighboring house. And it's kind of like there's no fence between the houses. And so it would be really, I'm not sure if those houses were built with a full 3 foot setback on each side. And so it's a narrow path. And if we throw up a fence to stop the gravel and then create a dirt path down there, I feel like it's a little bit of a safety concern. And with the steepness of the path, starts to become an erosion concern. And so we are slightly over on coverage, but we are reducing and we are not adding. There is odd math in the chart because of all the layers in the front of the house, the overlapping layers. But overall, we're proposing a net reduction. So I think that's all I have to say. Unless there's any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Questions for Al? Nope. So right now you're in compliance with your site coverage, or what was?
I can speak to it.
Okay.
They're not required to come into compliance
That was
or
my
even
impression.
reduce their site coverage because they're going to be able to plant their trees in the backyard, which is all natural. So they don't, unlike the previous project where it's all hardscape and they're gonna have to remove some to plant trees and plants, there's already existing landscaping in the backyard. And they don't need to take out site coverage elsewhere because their driveway extension to the new front door is located fully over existing site coverage below. And we don't double count site coverage. So you can do site coverage on top of site coverage. Think of like a balcony over a deck or something like that. We don't double count, we only count coverage once. And because the bare earth is already covered as it is, he can extend his driveway to the new front door.
So what was your concern about the other side? Where are you going to put the gravel? Are you putting the gravel?
Oh, no, I guess I misinterpreted something that, an email communication from Catherine
okay.
that we might need to come into compliance with site coverage.
Yeah, I think you're, I think.
It's removed and replaced, right?
Yeah, condition of approval
you're-
32.
You can remove, but you can't remove and replace, then you get into the compliance issue. So, sounds like you're okay. I just wanted to make sure that,
Yeah, the
you could do
condition
there what you wanted to do.
just says, you know, the existing non-conforming coverage can't be removed and replaced, and no additional site coverage can be installed.
And you're not proposing to put any additional site
No.
coverage?
Right, not
Okay.
proposing additional, yeah.
Great, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, public, we got rid of most everybody here. Warm down. Anybody online there? We don't have a lot of interest in this meeting from the online crew.
No fans.
Okay, all right, close the public comments, open it up to the commissioners. Mr. Ahlborn, you want to?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you,
Jump
Chair. I'm curious about the lighting on the back of the house and the lights at each of the many levels. And just for the record, I am not a spelunker. So I did not see that in person, but maybe I should have. But how do we manage that? Lighting on decks, especially at night, you know, I'm not, because I did not go to see the backyard. I'm not sure what that neighbor is like on the other side. So how do we plan for that? So that would be my one question to the commission. And the entry door height, boy, I sure would like to see that closer to staff's recommendation.
Okay, I'll talk about lighting when I my comments, but go ahead.
Okay.
Mr. Locke.
Yeah, I don't actually really have any other comments on it. I think it's a nice project. Definitely will improve the view from the street or what people see from the street. Interesting question about the lights. You know, clearly on a hill, you'd probably want less lighting than more lighting, but I don't know that we have any big say in this one. But I think I like the way it's been proposed and understand that the gravel path has to stay there because boy, are those tight right next to each other. Thanks.
Okay,
Yeah.
Commissioner Allen.
Yeah, I was just going to say, big improvement. It's going to look a lot better from the street for sure. But I am going to be a stickler about the door. I think that it would look better if it came down. I do appreciate how you actually explain how you come to the decisions that you make, because it does help. In this situation, though, I do think that we need to keep it small.
I had a question about doors. What about transom windows over entry doors? What's staff's opinion about that?
It depends. Planning staff's favorite phrase. If it's effectively adding height visually to the door above human scale, staff would likely recommend omitting the transom.
Well, if you have a 6'8" door with a 1-foot transom on top of it.
You don't see too many
Yeah, if you have a
transoms
1-foot
over the front
transom
door,
on
because
top.
we typically say that is creating a grand entry with which the design guidelines discourage.
So you think that's moving towards a grand entry, the addition of a transom?
It's more for you to say, but we have encouraged applicants, of course, to put forward the design that they want, but it's something we present as like a heads up. Consider that grand entries are not encouraged, and transoms, especially over side lights as well, cumulatively is grander than a single 6'8" door.
Okay, just something came to mind. The only thing I was going to say about lights is that you are required to have one exterior light by every exterior door. So that's required. One on either side, in an entry, that's kind of a design element. But if they're down, they're going to be down lights, right? Got to be. I don't think the one that was presented, is it a down light? Looked like a little, looked like kind of a caged lantern, carriage light.
And it probably has like a opaque.
So that's okay now? We're not going straight.
If the bulb is shielded.
Okay, all right, okay. So that was really my only comment on the lighting. I don't have a big problem with it. I kind of liked Alan's thought process on what went into the entry door. I guess Commissioner Allen was kind of interested in that too. It sounds like there's some issues about the light getting in there, and they chose not to solve it with skylights, which I don't know if you had, you'd kind of have design-wise to balance it out. You'd almost need like two skylights, or I don't know how far back that ridge line goes. It may be hard to get a couple skylights in there, and then you get from the street, brings up a whole nother problem. So I like the design. I think Alan took a really hideous house, and just by doing some real simple design elements, made it look very good. And I like, obviously the dormer and everything in the entry is great, but I kind of like the way the stone works with the whole thing too. It just kind of ties this house, which is sort of floating there, to kind of grounds it a little bit and works with the overall design. I mean, it's just it's interesting how something which seems kind of simple, works with something like that and sort of ties it all together. So we have a resolution. I don't know if you guys want to, sort of wordsmith it a little bit, or
I thought it was fine with staff's recommendation.
did they?
Number 35 speaks to reducing the lights, and if you prefer the 2 lights at all of the entries, then I'll just scratch that
I'll make a
condition.
Sure. I move staff recommendation and approval of DS 25074 Ahmed for the combined concept and final design study and coastal development permit for Santa Fe Street 3 southwest of 4th Avenue.
With condition 35 deleted.
Which one was 35?
Condition 35.
It was about reducing lights.
No, I think I leave condition 35.
Okay. wasn't
leave
sure
it?
if Chair LePage
Yeah.
preferred the two.
No, I'm,
You're
it's saying
okay.
staff recommendation.
Okay.
Can I speak just briefly to the door issue?
Well, let's see if we get a second here, and then I'll let you come, we'll have discussion.
I was going to second.
Okay, we have second, all right, so come on up. Now we have time, we can discuss.
So I'm hopeful, based on what I mentioned about the lack of, the long distance of a kind of a dark hallway that will, be a little bit dark, especially because the front door is facing east, so, it's not going to get strong sun, strong light bouncing in that direction. That if we did reduce the door to a 6/8 door or even, probably a 6/8, and then put transom above, we'd be quite happy about that idea. And that would, sorry, I have bad printer heads right now, but, to bring it somewhere in this zone of the aesthetic.
Yeah, it would be an interesting, it would be an interesting concept to have like a really great window above it. When you mentioned transom, I was like, ooh, that could be really pretty.
Well, it's just, I think, you bring the door down to standard 6/8 size, and then you have this, I'm not suggesting you have a giant transom. You can't, I don't know if you can get a giant transom, it depends. What's the plate height inside there? Is it above 8
Well,
feet?
we would be boosting, at the dormer itself, we would maybe be able to grow to about 8.6, maybe 8.8, with where those, the gable comes down, where it would hit at the entry. So we can get a little more height through that hallway, but, maybe, 16 to 18 inches of transom.
Well, it sounds like the commission is open to the transom idea, so,
Okay, all right.
but we gotta,
So if it would be something that I could then work with staff on.
okay, all right, we got it. We hear you.
Thank you.
All right. And I don't think there's anybody left to make any other comments, so I'm going to close the public hearing again. Open up to you guys for discussion, so let's talk about the transom.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, why don't you start, Commissioner Allen, because you have strong feelings about big
o-
doors.
Yeah, right, exactly. I'm open to a transom and I'm open to him working with staff to get that approved.
Okay. Commissioner Locke, are you?
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with that.
Thinking the same?
Yeah, I do have a concern about whether or not that does create mass or create that grand entry, but I'm gonna let it go to staff and staff can work with the applicant.
Commissioner Ahlborn, what are your feelings or your interpretation of a grand entry?
I'm very reluctant to design this for Mr. Lehman, though what he sketched I thought was rather lovely. So I feel confident he can work with staff to take care of that front door entry so that it somehow suits our guidelines. It's not too grand. I'm sure it will be stunning. And I know staff will come back to us if they have any questions. So if you make a motion, I'd be happy to. We have a motion.
Yes, yeah.
We have a motion and a
So
second.
you made the motion? Who made the
I
motion?
didn't make.
She did.
Okay, so you have.
I seconded.
You have to modify.
But we
The only thing I
discussed.
wanted to say is that the introduction of the transom window needs to be not grand. I don't think there's a big opportunity here to make a big, tall transom window, so I'm not too worried about it. But just as a general policy statement, I'm not trying to skirt the issue of grand entries. I think as long as it's, I kind of would like to see a transom window about 1 foot in height, And I think that would address the designer's concerns and still add a nice design element, which still maintains that human scale look. So that's the only thing I wanted to add. So if you want to, Commissioner, Director?
Thank you.
Not a Commissioner, Director.
May I make a
Please direct us.
suggestion? Thank you. Suggestion to modify the motion to include language in condition 34 that addresses, condition 34 addresses the change in the size of the door and the side lights, and then language relative to the transom could be added to that condition.
I'm sorry, I'm not, what are you suggesting?
Yes, 34.
34, which
Right.
talks to the entry door.
Yeah, and a
I must
modest
be on the
transom.
wrong, I think I'm on the
Yes.
wrong
That's-
resolution.
I agree.
I got the wrong resolution here. Oh, yeah, I'm
Does
on
my
the wrong.
seconder
Sorry about
agree
that.
on
I got the
this?
wrong resolution up here.
So I'm agreeing that what we're adding is that we would allow a modest transom light or window, whatever you call it there.
And I would second that.
Okay. We have a motion made and second. Any further discussion? All right, roll call, please. Thank you.
Commissioner Ahlborn?
Yes.
Commissioner Allen?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
And Chair LePage?
Yes, motion is carried. Thank you. Okay. That brings us to public hearing item number 10, which is DS 25019, the McWhorter project. We have had a request from the applicant that this item be continued. So I believe all I have to do is request any comments from the public regarding the continuation. Is there anybody online? Nobody, I'm sure. Okay, all right. So I will make a motion that we continue item DS 25019.
I can second that.
Sorry, through the chair. It was a request to continue to a date certain of November 12th.
The what now?
It was a request to continue to a date certain.
Oh, to a date certain, I'm sorry.
Oh, November.
Sorry. Need to turn up the volume on my earbuds. God. All right, so so the motion is, can you modify that? Or
Yep.
Who made the motion? I made it.
You made it, and I'll second it.
All right, okay, I make the motion that we continue this to a date certain, which would be
November 12th.
November 12th? All right, that's my motion.
So I can second that?
Okay, roll call, please. Thank you.
Commissioner Ahlborn?
Yes.
Commissioner Allen?
Yes.
Commissioner Locke?
Yes.
And Chair LePage?
Yes. God, these continuation motions are harder than the regular ones. Tell you. All right,
Good job.
that brings us to the last item
Right.
tonight on the public hearings, which is number 11, DS 25018, the Wong Projects Consideration Design Study Referral, construction of a new 400 square foot second story attached addition dwelling unit located on the trail view. Okay, staff report, please. This is the interesting one of the evening.
Right. Thank you, Chair. All right, so I'm starting off with the staff recommendation intentionally, just to keep this in mind as we go through the presentation. So staff recommends the Planning Commission consider the proposed project and provides staff with direction to prepare a resolution for approval or denial. And you'll see why as I go through the presentation. So the existing site is 10,359 square feet. It includes a scenic easement, which reduces the net building site down to 4,672 square feet. The scenic easement is undevelopable or unbuildable area, so it's effectively reduced from the total buildable area, effectively making the site, just about 4,000 square feet. So we're working with a typical building site in terms of what can be built and what's allowable to be built. So the existing and proposed residence is 1,808 square feet, and the applicant is proposing, that includes the existing attached garage. The applicant is proposing a 400 square foot attached ADU, as well as a second floor balcony off the east side of the ADU. The subject site is in the R1 zone district, the park overlay, the beach and riparian overlay, as well as the archaeological significance overlay. So in terms of your review authority, this is a ADU application and ADU only. However, You do have discretion over this application because of what is being proposed. So the project is located within the park overlay, and within the park overlay, we have established height limits. That height limit is 18 feet tall with a 12-foot plate height, and that is across the board for all development. However, the Planning Commission does have the authority to make findings for, also if we go back, I missed an arrow, but you'll see in the first row across the board, number of stories allowed is also 1 story. But with, see that little asterisk, the Planning Commission can authorize additional stories as well as an increased number of height up to 24 feet, as well as 18-foot plate height limit when certain findings are met. So when we look at the state ADU statute, for attached units, the height limitation shall be that of the local zoning ordinance that applies to the primary dwelling, or 25 feet, but for ours, no matter what, it's the maximum is 24. So it's always going to be 24 feet or lower. That 25 will never apply. So going back here, our height limit is either 18 feet for the park overlay, or with Planning Commission approval, up to 24 feet. The state statute also says that nothing in this article, being Article 2, accessory dwelling units, Section 66314 through 66332, nothing in this article shall be construed to supersede or in any way alter or lessen the effective or application of the California Coastal Act, except that the local government shall not be required to hold public hearings for the ADU. So why are we holding a public hearing? The applicant is proposing a new second story and an increase to building height over the 18-foot limit. The project is before the Planning Commission for review consistent with the government code section on the screen and our municipal code section that effectively says the exact same thing that's on the screen. The review procedure aligns with the city's LCP for requests involving additional height and/or stories within the park overlay. Importantly, if the development had been limited to 1 story and under 18 feet, the project would not have required Planning Commission review, and staff cannot approve a project which exceeds the 18-foot height limit. So we'll get into this further into the presentation. But this height limit request is a specific exemption or request for exemption to the height limit, which the Planning Commission is approving. So the 18-foot height limit is the height limit, whereas the increase is an exemption that only the Planning Commission has the authority to approve. So this site is very interesting, has quite a involved history. So it was established in its current form in 1984. It was the result of a lot line adjustment between the parcels you see on the screen, parcels A, B, C, and D. The existing area between all 4 sites was about 60,000 square feet. But that lot line adjustment, again, was completed in 1984. As part of that action, there was a negative declaration and associated conditions of approval that established development standards and mitigations for those 4 sites. And again, the site is within the park overlay, archaeological significance overlay, and beach and riparian overlay. So we have to manage those mitigations, conditions, and the standards of those 3 overlay districts as part of this project. And this would be the case with any one of those projects on those parcels. However, this project primarily pertains to the findings of the park overlay, as well as the other overlays, but for the purpose of our discussion, we're primarily talking about the park overlay. So the purpose of the park overlay is to implement the general plan and coastal land use plan to ensure that development of private property adjacent to parks and open spaces is compatible with their continued enjoyment. It is the intent of these regulations to protect park resources from the visual and physical impacts that may be associated with development of private property near designated parklands, to enhance the public enjoyment of parks and to preserve habitat values of parks. So there are a number of findings required for all projects within the park overlay. I've outlined all those in the staff report, but have selected some that warrant discussion here. So one of those being that a drainage plan adequate to prevent runoff, erosion and excess runoff is required. This is also a requirement for the beach and riparian overlay, which I cited that section below. So the applicant has included the replacement of gutters and downspouts in the plans. However, this does not satisfy the requirements of Municipal Code Section 15.18, which pertains to site drainage requirements. So the commission should consider and provide direction if they require a full drainage plan as part of their findings for their decision, whether approval or denial, or if this can be a appropriate condition of approval. So as you can see, we do have that creek that runs through the park just below the project site. So that is one of the things that the drainage plan would seek to prevent impacts to the creek directly below the site, which is the riparian habitat, which is part of that beach and riparian overlay. The park overlay also requires landscaping, specifically new native trees or other significant native vegetation shall be planted between buildings on site and the adjoining parklands when such vegetation would enhance the visual resources of the park by screening the buildings from public view and when there's adequate space available to make such landscaping practical. So the applicant has proposed to plant one oak tree on site outside of the scenic easement. That's the green ring in the bottom right of this screen. So staff's assessment is that this would do little to enhance the visual resource of the park. And staff's recommendation is to perform a tree inventory on site. So as part of the conditions of that, that previous action that I discussed, there was a requirement to plant 4 Monterey pines and 2 oak trees within the scenic easement. So part of that tree inventory would be to determine, are those trees there, that number of trees within the scenic easement, 4 pines, 2 oaks. If there are not, it would be, plant the difference to bring it up to that density. Even if we do have those trees, staff's recommendation is to still plant additional trees within the scenic easement. What that number is, that's really up to the commission to decide. In staff's opinion, the 1 oak tree is not adequate to screen the development, and any screening should be better sited, or is better sited within the scenic easement, because the purpose is to enhance the screening from the park. Locating it directly adjacent to the house isn't going to do anything. The perspective and apparent massing of a tree is going to screen more the closer it is to you. So that's staff's recommendation pertaining to the landscaping. So this is where we get into the actual request of the increased height that I was referring to at the start of my presentation. So the finding is that projects exceeding the limits on number of stories and/or height, so this is both in this case, approvals granted under this section shall not violate any height limits established for the property by the underlying zoning district and any other overlay district, and granting approvals for these increases, the commission shall make the following findings. So this is kind of a 2-part criteria. That due to the topography of the site relative to the adjoining park or open space land, the proposed building would not exceed the height or bulk of an 18-foot, 1-story structure built on a site at the same grade as the adjoining park. So that's part 1. Staff's finding is that the site and the park are not at the same grade. The subject site sits well below the adjoining site, or the adjoining site being the park. So this finding is not applicable. Where this might apply is adjacent to the beach. So that also is part of the park overlay. So if you are on the scenic pathway that area is designated as a park. The properties directly across the street from the scenic pathway are in the park overlay, or those are at the same grade. So if you build down to do a garage, for example, that creates a 2-story building, whereas that's at the same grade. That's why we often have 2-story garages within the park overlay. The second part of this is that the topography and height are irrelevant because of the location of the building on the site. Sorry, I struggled reading this a bunch earlier and I'm doing it again. That the topography and height are irrelevant because of the location of the building on the site avoids views of the building from the park. So staff's analysis that the proposed development is visible from the park and views are not avoided and results in the appearance of a new second story from the park. However, and this is for the commission to determine, landscaping within the scenic easement could minimize view impacts, and implementation of landscaping could reduce or eliminate view impacts over time. Just some food for thought. What does it mean to avoid views? Does that mean it's 100% invisible? Does that mean that the building is minimized? Does that just mean that it's screened? We don't have any type of definition as to what does it mean to avoid the view. So in summary, the commission could deny or require modification to the addition. Alternatively, the commission could find that with implementation of required landscaping and tree planting conditions or other findings and conditions that the project is consistent with the park overlay standards. So in staff's opinion, it's very open for interpretation, and admittedly that's why I didn't prepare a resolution or recommendation. So getting into the beach overlay, we have required view protections. Permitted development shall be sited and designed to protect public views to and along ocean and scenic coastal areas. Coastal areas being, again, a riparian habitat. To minimize alterations to natural landforms, be visually compatible with the character of surrounding areas, and where feasible, restore and enhance visual qualities of degraded areas. So again, staff is recommending that tree inventory be completed, opportunities for additional tree planting that would improve visual screening and restore visual qualities where trees and screening have been lost over time. In terms of we have another location requirement. All development shall be located and designed to avoid conflicts with recreational uses of adjoining public property and conflict with coastal resources. So obviously we're right adjacent to Mission Trail Nature Preserve. The excerpt on the right is from the Mission Trail Nature Preserve Master Plan. Speaks to passive recreational uses such as hiking, jogging, birding, relaxation. So no impacts there. Again, we just have the recommendation regarding, is the height appropriate, and then also the screening. So provided that, the findings are made for project approval, ultimately the project would be consistent with this finding. We also have some standards for design compatibility, just needs to be consistent with the R1 design guidelines. So there was a detailed analysis regarding this in the staff report. My only comment for the purpose of the presentation is pertains to consistency in materials. There are a few stucco elements, whereas the majority of the addition is, shingle elements, where the majority of the addition is proposed to be stucco. Just seeking direction as to whether or not that should just be consistent throughout. And then the last component of the project pertains to interaccessibility. There is internal circulation proposed via an elevator between the ADU and the primary dwelling. So we have a municipal code section that states that ADUs must comply with the underlying zoning standards. That's 1708-050G2C. That's outlined there on the slide. And then for the last 5 years or so, the city has allowed exceptions to the floor area ratio as provided by Government Code Section 66321B3. Apologize, it's a little hard to read on the screen. It's just a screenshot. But effectively it says that, we can't preclude any attached or detached dwelling that does not permit at least 800 square feet. However, a strict application of our zoning code without the floor area exception would prohibit the added floor area, avoiding any type of inner accessibility concerns. A key issue here is that some applicants try to use this floor area exception or deviation, leniency to create additions resembling additions to single-family residence rather than independent dwelling units as defined by the state ADU statute. The city's intent is to encourage ADUs as independent dwelling units rather than, expanding or in addition to a single-family dwelling. So while we are, allowing for, I'll say some leniency and to encourage ADUs, effectively an attached unit should be treated exactly the same as a detached unit. And that has been the city's practice while we've been kind of being a little bit more lenient here. And with that, staff recommends the Planning Commission consider the proposed project and provide staff with direction to prepare a resolution for approval or denial. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, questions for Erin?
I'm just curious, what is the square footage of the existing residence?
Almost there. 1,808 square feet.
Evan, thank you. I tried to take notes. This is a little complex. Were you asking the Planning Commission to authorize an additional story and also to give an exemption to the height limit?
In part, that's part of it.
Yes, I know there's more to it, but those are two pieces, yes?
Yes.
That we are being asked to authorize an additional story in an area that ordinarily would not be allowed, an additional story, and the same with the height limit. And, all right, so thank you. And also talking about conditions of approval, whether or not we would request a full drainage plan.
Yes.
A landscaping plan, perhaps including tree inventory, yes, and plan direction for density for trees, and to specify planting trees to enhance the screening for the scenic easement.
Correct.
And then something about the exterior material.
Correct.
And the circulation. What else?
There are a few other conditions that are kind of pre-built into the staff report that I didn't touch on. They're rather kind of benign and just development standards. For example, the project's required to be connected to the sanitary sewer. That's just a development standard. And in the staff report, I kind of pre-built in conditions of approval saying, condition of approval XX requires XYZ ABC. Sure. So if you are inclined to approve the project, I'm able to just go through the staff report and say, hey, we already have this condition of approval that we know is going to need to go in to meet this finding or this standard. And we replace XX with number 1, number 2, number 3 as appropriate as would be required by the resolution.
Okay, so ultimately we're speaking, and I know we'll be hearing from the architect soon, but we're looking at authorizing an additional story addressing a request for an exemption to a height limit, direction on a drainage plan, direction on a landscaping plan, direction on exterior material and consistency, and direction on circulation.
Is there something about setback too?
Not directly. So the site has special setbacks that were established as part of that 1980s approval.
Okay.
So the project meets the development standards for setbacks.
Okay.
I don't know, maybe I just wasn't get where you were coming from here. You were talking about the inaccessibility.
Yeah.
But what was the context of the floor area? I'm not quite sure. I don't know if I got that.
So
What was your the connection? Was there a connection to the inaccessibility in the
Yeah.
floor area?
sure, that's a good question and a great
Sorry
point.
if I didn't quite follow you there.
No, that's
There's a lot to this.
Well, isn't
one.
it that we
It is-
don't allow an ADU to have interconnectivity with a single family?
because it effectively
Increases square footage.
it exceeds the square footage of the single-family residence. So if you look at the section C, so except as modified by subsection G, the accessory dwelling unit shall conform with all requirements of the underlying zoning district, any applicable overlay district, and all other applicable provisions of this chapter, including but not limited to height, setbacks, lot coverage, floor area ratio, landscape, historic preservation requirements, cumulatively with the primary residence. So if, however,
So the point you're trying to make is that if you have the inaccessibility, then you're effectively going over the FAR.
correct.
Okay, I thought that's where you're coming from, but I just wanted to make sure of that. Thank you. Okay, any other questions? Okay, all right. I'm going to invite the applicants to come forward and make their presentation. Present their perspective.
Good evening again. Adam Jesselnick here to represent Ira and Eleanor Wong for their proposal to add an ADU to their home adjacent to Mission Trail Park. Thank you, Chair LePage and commissioners. I know it's been a long evening, so appreciate your patience in getting through this last project. And thank you to Evan and to Anna both for their work on all throughout the review process and providing me with very helpful input and direction from the time of the application. So before I forget, really quickly to a comment Commissioner Ahlborn just made, I don't believe the height limit or the story are an exception to the code. I believe they're actually consistent with the code with approval by the Planning Commission. So just a clarification, I think up to 24 feet in height and up to 2 stories are allowed in the code, in the Park Overlay District with your approval. So I'll run through quickly my notes on the comments specific to the items raised by Evan in his report. I'll go from, I think, simplest to most complex. Hopefully, so in terms of the exterior materials, we have this slide up now showing the rendering of the project. There is existing stucco elements to the house, including the existing garage, and there's existing shingled elements. So our intent was to match the existing character of the house, and because there would be kind of a horizontal break between the finish of the garage and the ADU above, we were proposing to extend the stucco finish up onto the ADU, and then introduce some shingled elements, in particular on the back side of the house, where when viewed from the park, you would see that consistent material. So that's the material question. In regards to the inner accessibility, the purpose of this ADU is for my clients who are aging, who've owned this property for quite a long time, and who eventually hope to make their more full-time residence here, to have the possibility of either a caretaker to live in this unit or extended family members to come and stay with them and provide care as they age in their home. So it really is intended, and it's designed to be a separate independent dwelling unit. It has the separate access from the street. It has its own kitchen, its own bathroom. So it's really designed to be that independent living unit. However, the garage, which is a two-car garage, would be a shared common space. So the user of the ADU and the user of the home would both be able to use that garage, since it's the only covered parking on the site. And therefore, the proposal for the lift was in order to provide access for the resident of the ADU to go from their car to their unit without exiting the garage and walking back up the ramp and to the front door. So in my view, the lift that connects the garage to the ADU is not providing interaccessibility from the house to the ADU. You would be exiting the house into the garage, and then only from there would you be able to then access up to the ADU. But it is providing also a more direct connection for that potential caretaker to be able to respond to any needs in the house. So it's serving both of those functions in a way that I think is actually consistent with state law and with the ADU rules that are in place. The house is 1,808 square feet. It's allowed to be 2,039 square feet. So if the owner's only intention was to expand their house, they could have added 231 square feet without adding an ADU. But in order to create that independent living unit at the 400 square feet, we are slightly exceeding that FAR limit. In terms of the park, I'm really glad that we all had a chance to walk and take a look at the site from the park. I am a frequent user of that trail, and it's one of the city's great sort of underutilized resources. So I'm very aware of and appreciate Evan's perspective on the screening of views from the park. My sense of this is well, number one, there already was a pine tree that fell on this property's deck in a storm a number of years back. That's the mic. And so it would not be our hope to be planting any more pine trees in the backyard or that scenic easement. However, the other thing that I wanted to point out is that because of the slope, the topography, as things would be planted further away from the house into that scenic easement, there would be possibly even less ability of those plants to screen the house from view. And again, you know, it's my perspective that the scale of this addition relative to the other houses in this subdivision, relative to the visibility of the house as it exists now, it is not increasing any visual impact on the users of the park. And I thought that last slide that Evan showed was really helpful in that regard. It talks about protecting public views, minimizing the natural landforms, that's to be avoided, and also that it's visually compatible. So when viewed from the park, the proposed addition would not be out of place or scale with the neighborhood. The roof line would be below the surrounding forest that's in the background. And again, the scale of this addition is sized basically just to fit on top of the existing garage and to be consistent with the appearance of the existing house. So those are my thoughts on the issues raised in Evan's report, and if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
I do have
Questions
a
for Evan?
question. If we said, no, we're not going to 24 feet, the most we could do would be 18, what would you do?
At that point, I don't think an ADU is possible.
Oh, okay.
We are already lowering the height of the garage to, I believe, 7 feet, 6 inches in order to have the height that we've proposed. And the existing house actually, I'm sorry, I don't have the exact measurement in front of me, but I know that it exceeds 18 feet in several locations.
In the front, like the door to the ADU, the front door or whatever, the one off of the street, is that like complete, is the ramp and the porch and all of that, is that in far enough from the setback or not?
So the roof over the front door and the front door itself are compliant with the setback. They're basically directly in line with the wall of the garage now. However, because of the existing topography, there is a need to provide some transition from the grade to the front door. And that's why we've proposed a ramp. So, and again, Evan might be able to speak to this, but I believe that ramp is compliant with the zoning code and the setback standards.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions for Adam? Thank you, Adam.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else online? Yeah, nope. Had to ask. All right, I'm going to close up public hearing, open it up to the commissioners. So I just wanted to get a clarification on the ramp and entry. Now, as I understand, it says it has a special setback, right?
Yes.
Wasn't it 5 feet or something?
It's 5 feet. There is in the, sorry, the word's escaping me right now. In the development standards for the R1 district, there is a setback exception table, and it does list ramps on the exceptions to the front setback.
Okay, so that can exist, the ramp can be in the setback.
Yeah, it doesn't, there's no definition for what a ramp is. It specifically precludes masonry, stoops, and stairs, but it does permit ramps. What a ramp is, that's
Okay.
up to you, but
That's why we have a ramp instead of stairs.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, that answers my question. Yeah, I don't think I had any other questions for staff based on Adam's comments. So, all right, let's begin our discussion. Commissioner Allen. If you don't want to, you can pass. You want to pass? All right. You're passing too? Take it away.
Well, thank you. I'd be delighted.
Great attitude.
All right. Comments on DS 25018 Wong. I like the project. It's not so easy to see in staff presentation, and there's so much specificity to the requirements from the different overlays that it's a dense staff report. Very well done. Thank you, Evan. But being there on the site today really said an awful lot to me. The way that, looking at those story poles and the way that the proposed ADU just kind of perfectly sits right in this space that almost steps its way up the hill. I mean, the way it is sited in the neighborhood from the street facing view, I thought was very nicely done. And then, you know, when we hiked all the way down to King City, in the rain. In the rain. But seeing the property from the trail was also, and in its neighborhood context, was everything for me. Because this home is a great deal smaller than several of its other homes in the subdivision. And its profile is much lower, and its coloring is much more natural than some of the other homes in the subdivision. And so I would be inclined to make it stab towards approving what is being proposed here. I am okay with the height and the language about stories. A drainage plan, I happen to think, is always a good idea. For the landscaping, I would respect a request to not be required to put in pine trees, but I do think, I'm not a forester, So I wouldn't know what kind of tree would be appropriate to provide screening from the trail, but I think that that would be important. For the exterior materials, I happen to like the variety. I thought that it actually made the bulk and mass a little bit smaller in its sections. And as far as the inner accessibility goes, I don't, and this is a very personal opinion, I don't see that as the two pieces as being connected by going through a garage. That to me, it's different. I mean, I think we've seen other designs where the access between an ADU and the primary residence was a little bit easier. So I'm comfortable with the circulation piece. So there are my comments.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioner Locke.
Okay. So I have some opposite views on this one. So, yeah. I mean, I think, first of all, you're dealing with a small parcel with some unique restrictions on it. The view of the proposed project from the park trail, to me, were fairly significant, and I think I have a concern about that. I think that the proposed stucco really makes it look like there's a house on top of a house, and I don't like that idea. I think that I'm not inclined to want to go higher with this project. I mean, I really think that it appeared pretty tall from the park, and I think that's really where we have to focus on what the impacts are for this project, because the park is the resource and we are supposed to be protecting that resource. The building right now supposedly is 2 stories, although the second story that exists today is actually not really a second story, it's kind of half second story. And so when you add the ADU on from the park view, it really almost gives it a 3-story look. And I guess that kind of bothers me as well. Beyond those things, the interconnection with the elevator and the garage is an interesting concept. And I mean, I find it interesting that people would want to have somebody else in their garage. I just kind of think, you know, and I'm not looking at it from the perspective that Adam gave us today, which is it's for a caretaker or somebody else. It should be for anybody. And so I'm not really sure that using the garage with an elevator access is what is appropriate. And I do have a concern, and I have had concerns in the past about ADUs and interconnectivity to houses and being a way to increase square footage. I think that if this were to move forward, the tree inventory and the planning and requirement enforcement is necessary. And right now I would say that is actually separate from this, and the tree planning requirement should have been checked by the city, and there should be enforcement on that. The drainage plan would just kind of be a no-brainer that I think that would have to take place. And I guess those are really my comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Allen.
I guess it's my turn.
You can kick it to me if you want.
No, that's okay. I'm not thrilled with it. I don't like the height. And I wish that there was a different way that we could approach this. I too share concerns about having accessibility, only because then it just becomes like more house versus ADU for me. If we were to move forward, for sure, drainage plan, for sure, plant to density. I'm a little bit torn on the material aspect of it. I can see where it differentiates the ADU from the house and kind of separates the two. But at the same time, it does seem a little disconnected. I'm actually not sure if it were the same material, if it would make it appear more cohesive or make it appear more bigger. So I'm a little bit torn on that one too. I'm not sure on this one.
Okay, thank you. All right, for me, you start here with the height. That's the big issue in my mind. And the Planning Commission has the authority to approve it up to 24 feet. So, so what is the context of height? It's in the park overlay. Obviously, the view from the park is the issue with the height. So as staff has said, the way to mitigate that is with added trees. Now I know Adam's not real happy about pines, but there's other upper canopy trees. As you see right to the south, there's some redwoods in there. They really create a lot of dense foliage. They're very effective in screening those buildings, and that building in particular, and they grow fast. That's another good thing about redwoods. So, and you see a lot of houses when you walk down that part of the trail that are going along Crespi there. And I think any opportunity, even apart from this application, to create more screening there is good. So on the plus, we've got an opportunity here to require or make a condition that additional trees be planted in that right-of-way there, that easement. It's not a right-of-way, it's an easement. So that I find a pretty strong mitigating factor in my mind to get some more trees planted along there. And I think redwoods would be a really good candidate in there. And they're not as prone to falling and a lot of these other issues that we have with pines, which are very real. So I'm leaning towards approving the height because it provides an opportunity or provides some more screening, which is a good thing regardless of whether you have it there or not, because that particular view right there is pretty open. And Adam's correct, the house next door is a lot bigger, massive, but this provides an opportunity to break that massing up. The interconnectivity, I'm not going to support that. Just not going to do it. We never have. I'm not going to do it. I understand everybody's got their personal reason for wanting it, but that's kind of a line in the sand on these ADUs with this commission. And as I understand it, we have the authority to make that a condition of them. With regards to the materials, the materials are consistent with the house. I think, and this is just my own design feeling about it, is I think they need to be applied in more of a horizontal way. So rather than taking like that, the elevator unit and putting the shingles on there, I would suggest that you get a better result if you went with a wainscoting type situation around that upper story. So you had an upper section of stucco and then, maybe picking the line below the bay window there and kind of carrying that as the top of a shingled wainscoting that would, and I think that would kind of pull it down, tie it to the lower building, which is predominantly shingles, except for that lower element, which is stucco, which you see from the park. And I think that would achieve the connection between that building, bring it down to it. I encourage the applicant to just kind of do an elevation exploration of that. Be easy to do. You could see if it worked or not. But I think it's an idea worth exploring. So I don't think were there any other issues we were? talking about? Yeah, the height was a big one, and I think that pretty much. Yeah, well, drainage, those you gotta do. You gotta do all that stuff. And I think we have to make findings to support the increase to the height, and I think we can make those findings. Staff provides a pretty explanation how we can do that. Was there anything else you were concerned about?
Can I just make a comment about the trees?
Yeah, go ahead.
Instead of, if you're inclined to approve the project and you're going to specify a tree planting, I would just recommend maybe deferring the species to maybe the city forester because of the proximity to the park.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I'm just talking about upper canopy
Yeah,
trees.
there might be some
But I'm not-
considerations.
Yeah, that's for the professionals to decide. But the point I'm trying to make is, this is an opportunity to get some screening along there, which we don't have now.
Yeah, and that was the basis in staff's recommendation.
So I think that's a good opportunity.
Can you pull up the slide around justifying height?
I cannot, the laptop just died. I
Is
apologize.
out of power. They couldn't hang in there.
Well, if they can't,
No,
well, we
it's-
can. So what happens?
We're still here.
So could we please talk a little bit about this inaccessibility and circulation? So if indeed, the majority of commissioners think, that inaccessibility is not acceptable in order to call this an ADU, and I respect that point of view, then what is the consequence for access to that ADU?
It has a front door. It's got access.
An exterior.
Yeah, it's got an exterior door, so it doesn't, it's got to have that.
I would
That's
think.
one of the requirements for an ADU, that it has a separate entry. So you can't, even on a junior ADU, I don't think you can go through the front door of the existing residence to get into the junior ADU.
So all ADUs are required to have their own
Yeah,
separate
that's what I'm
exterior
saying.
entrance.
Even a junior ADU, which allows inaccessibility because you can use an existing restroom in a junior ADU.
That's
So
correct.
you can have inaccessibility for a JADU as opposed to an attached or a garage conversion or a second story AD like this proposed, where you have your exterior entry.
But this can't be a JADU because too large?
It exceeds the floor area of the base floor area of the site. A JADU needs to be constructed within the walls of the existing or proposed single-family dwelling. So it's limited to the base floor area of the site.
They're kind of geared for garage conversions or bedroom conversions, things like that, the JADUs.
So then can we resolve the materials thing? I mean, is there enough of a majority on the materials?
Well, we don't have a resolution
We don't
tonight.
have to do that today.
Basically, staff is just requesting direction to create a resolution. We're going to hear this at another hearing.
So if you are inclined to approve the project as proposed, I think we have enough information that, we could, I could effectively take that direction and
Well, the only thing that's a little up in the air is just how the exterior materials are applied. The applicant is proposing materials which already exist there. I was just trying to come up with an alternative design idea which may or may not work to kind of pull it together a little bit more and address the concerns of staff. I don't know how the applicant feels about that, but I know it's not our job to design things, but I feel like it is our job to make suggestions which can lead to mitigation or approval of something, And I think I'm not suggesting anything which is out there crazy. It's just, you're just moving the materials around. I'm saying the materials he's using are fine. It's just, apply them a little different. And you, as an architect, you do this all the time. You're always doing that. So it's not nothing, but we don't have anything specific. I'm just making a suggestion. So I don't know if that's enough. In the loosest sense, we could say the applicant can work with staff to resolve the inconsistency or however we want to design or how we want to define I I think the definition, the problem is not with the materials, it's the application of the materials. That's my perspective.
Correct. The design, Shelby, can you please go to the slide that speaks to the design guidelines? If you just keep going.
But this is just my opinion now. I mean,
Stop.
that we've got other commissioners here who are not necessarily, they're not as favorable to the height thing as I am. I just see the height thing as kind of presenting an opportunity to make that Mission Trails look better, you know? And I don't think that, you know, looking from the Mission Trails, I was pretty much in agreement with Commissioner Ahlborn that I think it's sited well, it's not overly massive, there's a lot bigger houses that are up in your face along that trail. So I think it's sited pretty well. But, like I said, this is, you know, it needs, you know, we need to really abide by what the intent is for that overlay there, and that is to, you know, reduce screening of those houses as much as we can.
Yeah, I
whenever
totally
opportunity
agree. This gives us such a great
That's
opportunity.
the intent of the
Yes, I would
policy
agree.
and the guidelines.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Can I make a suggestion before the commission further deliberates? One option could be that the commission adopt a resolution of intent, provide guidance to staff as to like what findings or how to work with the applicant, and continue the item to return at a later date with the actual resolution.
I think that's probably appropriate. Yeah, rather than trying to do the whole thing right here.
A motion. Yeah, of intent. So resolution of intent, meaning there is no actual resolution before you.
Right.
So it's being continued.
It's kind of like
to return with
a design concept. It's like a concept.
a mini
A little
version,
bit.
perhaps.
I mean, is it kind of like that?
Yeah.
Well, I'll make a resolution of intent that we provide staff the direction, as I've stated, that landscape is required to mitigate the visual impact of allowing, you know, that would be the finding to allow the 24 height exemption. And that further that the applicant explore different applications of the materials he's chosen to try to make a better connection to the residents in the proposed ADU. That's the best I can state it, but I think you understand what I'm talking about. And then, of course, they will, all the other required conditions of the park overlay have to be met: drainage, landscape plan, whatever.
Trees.
Tree inventory.
Whatever those other, I can't remember all those conditions you outlined there, but those would all obviously be in part of this motion.
And no interconnection.
Yeah, there'd be no interconnection.
And I'm sorry,
good.
can I get clarification on what is the justification for the height? What are we
The
saying?
finding would be that that it would provide the opportunity to provide additional screening along the Mission Trail.
Oh, okay, that was one of the options? I don't remember that.
Isn't that one of the
on slide.
findings? Was that one of the findings we need to make?
And
Yeah,
It
which
was,
is-
oh, okay, got
The
it,
architect is
What's the
requesting
main
the
thing?
opportunity.
okay.
Yeah, well, we're gonna, let's see where we go with this motion, then we'll have I'll open some discussion on it.
On the slide is kind of a summary of,
Yeah, I
Where-
know you
where-
had this up, I couldn't remember everything. So these,
following the however.
proposed development.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, so most of those findings are pretty much relevant to my motion. Is that correct? Proposed development is visible from the park,
Yes.
so that it is visible, so, and the views are not voided. So the landscaping within the scenic could, yeah. Influence the landscape, reduce eliminated views. I also think there's a bigger context here, and that is that the goal should be to minimize views of all those houses along there, and this provides an opportunity to do that. So there's a larger finding here, and I'm sure you can find language in the policies, the general plan, relevant to parks and so forth to do that, to support that.
Oh, and also, Evan, we had the discussion about the site inventory and enforcement of the previous condition.
Yeah, that would be the required
That's part of
landscape
that,
plan. Yeah. And that the city forester be involved in this to
Yeah,
determine.
the question came up about pines versus no pines. The purpose for the pines was that was included in the original condition as part of the subdivision. So it was to ensure compliance with the original, lot line adjustment to ensure that that density had been maintained. It sounded like there had been a tree that had been lost. We don't have an actual planting plan that identifies where those trees have been planted. So if proximity to the house is a concern, they don't have to be planted right next to the house. And this is just my opinion and what I've observed walking through the park, that the trees and the landscaping that are planted closer to the trail are really the ones that are providing better screening than the ones closer to the house.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, we agree, which means
But is your-
it puts them in the open space area.
But are you making the point that the original requirements of the use permit have to be inventoried to see if that they were met?
Well, so that's one of the things we don't know. We don't know were those 5 pines and 2 oaks planted?
All right, so in the motion, I will include that we provides the opportunity to do the inventory to see that it's in compliance with the original.
Yeah, so the intent was there should be at least
Right.
5 pines and 2 oaks within that easement.
Plus
But,
whatever, yeah.
yeah.
What would be the process, could the city forester, upon looking at that, could he make a change without having to come back before a review body?
Well, so let's say there's 2 oaks and no pines. I would recommend we plant 5 pines.
Okay.
Within the easement.
Yeah.
Or if there's, 1 pine and 2 oaks, then we plant 4.
All right, well,
For
that's a call for the
something.
city forester. So the city forester can do his inventory and confirm, he's gonna have he should have the ultimate say as to what should be planted there. Is that enough?
Yep.
Okay.
Do we have a second on that?
I'll second.
Okay, all right,
All right.
all right, discussion. Come on up.
Allow me just one, with the goal of just having clarity for us to move forward. The material question, we did study different applications of materials on the house and came up with that approach as what I thought was the most favorable. But certainly I could see applying the shingle siding to the entirety of the ADU addition. And I think that's the direction I would go based on the feedback that I heard tonight, so. And then, I think just to Evan's point, I think is correct that any landscape screening that's further away from the house will have the benefit of providing a better visual. And I guess it'll be up to the determination of that inventory with the forester to figure out exactly what's there and what additionally can be planted. But it sounds like we're just talking about trees and not any other landscape. So I just wanted to confirm that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, all right. Any further discussion? Roll call.
Commissioner Ahlborn,
Yes.
Commissioner Allen,
Yes.
Commissioner Locke,
Yes.
and Chair LePage.
Yes, okay, motion is carried. Motion of attendance is carried, and we are ready for the director's report. Can you do it?
I will make it very quick. So September 25th, we will be doing an accessory dwelling unit workshop. We plan to provide the previous versions for the commission to consider, but the staff report will kind of outline potential options on how to move forward. 10-6 City Council, we will be having a Mills Act discussion It will not be a resolution that will be adopted, but it will hopefully inform whatever resolution that will be coming. Whether we continue with the prohibition of accepting Mills Act contracts, or whether we start accepting them. On 10/7 City Council, there will also be a discussion on addresses. Water allocation based off of your recommendation will return on that date, or will go on that date. And then consideration of the first reading for an urgency ordinance of a pickleball policy. And then this week on 9/8, the City Council adopted a resolution and motions which essentially remanded the JB Pastor project back to the Planning Commission. We don't have a date yet, or the applicant has not reached out as of this time. So we'll update you as soon as we know.
I had a question about that.
Sure.
I watched the meeting. I saw the motion. Now, is this going to be a de novo hearing, or is it just going to be focused on those two specific motions they passed?
The motions.
Just the motion?
The motions, and I think the resolution had language relative to exploration of historicity or the historical report, so just beefing that information up. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, I mean, I assume that based on the direction, there's going to be some additional changes well, I would anticipate additional changes as well that, we'll reevaluate and.
To the agenda for the Planning Commission?
For the Planning Commission, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right. But what about the question de novo? I mean, is that something you can even answer now? Because you don't know.
Yeah, I don't know that I could answer. I would anticipate that it's going to be based on the kind of the sum of the changes.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. And then last but not least, yesterday, as Commissioner Ahlborn mentioned, the contract for the odds consultant was continued, but we're hoping to return within the next month. And the update to the reasonable accommodation policy was adopted last night by the City Council. That's all I have.
Okay. Any other questions? We're adjourned. Thank you, everyone. It's kind of a long meeting. Adam, you really hung in there. You get the big door prize.